Hello, everyone. Welcome back, one and all, to Chasing Labels. I am your host, Andrew Cabral, and we are back here once again with episode or spy number 157. 157. If you haven't had the good fortune of joining us on the previous 156 episodes, this is a podcast that is all about recent announcements in the world of boutique label home video. I go over things that look interesting to me, things that I perhaps want to add to my collection, things you may want to add to your collection. We don't go over everything here because there is just so much to go over, and there is also just so much time to cover everything. But we will be getting into all kinds of stuff that's been announced over the last 2 weeks, and we will be discussing it. But I just want to give a few moments here just for people to come flying in on the live stream. We do live stream here every 2 weeks or so. So if you're listening to this on the audio, welcome to the audio. If you're listening to this on the in the live stream on YouTube, welcome to the live stream. If you're listening to this in the future, you are a time traveler, so welcome to the future. It's going to be a very interesting episode here because we have not only the usual slate of things we talk about the most, but of course, the first of the month arrived over the weekend on Saturday, February 1st. And with the first of the month typically comes all of the announcements from Vinegar Syndrome, including their partner labels. So we will be getting into all of that probably towards the tail end of the episode. That is what I usually spend much of the waning hours of preparation in getting ready for the podcast here, because there are so many releases when it comes to Vinegar Syndrome and their partner labels. I think a total of 23 announcements dropped. And we will be getting into all of that later on. But first and foremost, a couple of things that I picked up here over the last little while. Not much. Well, actually, some really good stuff. Miracle Mile got put out by Kino. We will be diving into a bunch of Kino's announcements recently, a couple of re-releases, a couple of things we've already talked about before, but they just gave us more depth on it. But something that we did talk about before was this Blu-ray release of Miracle Mile, which was supposed to come out late last year, which it did. Now, this is a kind of long anticipated re-release of this movie. This was announced a while ago via the Blu-ray.com forums. I remember people talking about that a 4K remaster of this was coming. We talked about this way back in the early days of Chasing Labels, probably years ago at this point, and it finally came to fruition. And I don't think a lot of people know that this came out. Not much publicity for it. Miracle Mile is it's such a great film, truly one of my favorites, and has become more and more my favorites over the years. And this release here is really, really good. Not only is it a 4K remaster, but there are tons of special features on here, way more than the old Blu-ray, which I have as well on my shelf. But this has 3 audio commentaries. It's got a cast reunion that's done in 2 parts. It's got a score Miracle Mile, which is an interview with the composer Paul Haslinger. Harry and June interview with stars Anthony Edwards and Mara Winningham. Tarzana, a 1978 35mm short film noir by Steve DeJarnot, who is the director. And it's got another short. It's got short film interviews, featurettes, storyboards, deleted scenes, outtakes, bloopers, tributes, trailers, and more. So this is a rather deluxe Blu-ray release of a movie that I think definitely deserved it. I'm going to probably be giving this a rewatch very soon just to see how it looks. It's got to look a heck of a lot better than the old Blu-ray, and the old Blu-ray didn't look bad. But the old Blu-ray, I think, was relatively bare bones when it came to special features. So that's a nice release. And I also got in one of the things I got from the Vinegar Syndrome announcements from last month, and that is Keanu & Co. from our friends over at Canadian International Pictures. I talked about this last month. I think it was the first episode of last month, which was January of 2024, that this was coming. And this features a bunch of kind of after school specials that were done in Canada in the 1980s. Yeah, the Family Crisis series, which was all about kind of like juvenile delinquency and all kinds of stuff. And there's a bunch of them on here. One Step Away, A Gift for Kate, Running Scared, A Single Regret, The Last Right, and then Out of a Job are some of these that are on here. But the one that's the most important is One Step Away because it stars a very young Keanu Reeves. I think it's one of Keanu's first ever like acting credits. Go on his IMDb and check, because I think it's one of his first ever acting credits, and this was, before he was in other things that he was more popular for in his early career, as well as into his adulthood. And of course, now he's the star that he is. So that is Keanu and Co. from our friends over at Canadian International Pictures. Yeah, so that's Miracle Mile, Keanu and Co. And then last but certainly not least, I finally got a copy of this, and what was one of my most anticipated releases of last year, and that is The Searchers. This is a Warner Archive release. Not only is this a Warner Archive release, this is the first ever 4K UHD Warner Archive release. And it is of The Searchers, which is the John Ford film starring John Wayne, as well as Jeffrey Hunter, Vera Miles, Ward Bond, Natalie Wood. One of the many, many collaborations between John Wayne and John Ford. They had a mega run together throughout their careers, respectively. But this is something that was a little bit difficult to get towards the end of last year. I think it came out maybe the last released week of last year, and it was kind of tough to get. I know Amazon, it was back ordered for a while. It was selling out at certain websites like Orbit DVD that we like to use and Diabolic DVD that we like to use, and it was tough to get because there was such a demand for it. I think the retailers or distributors or just Warner Brothers in general did not understand the demand for this. People want physical media releases of classic films. So I gotta pop this in and watch it. I heard it looks fantastic, which I have no doubt that it does. Just the cinematography alone in John Ford films is very, very good. It's, shooting in Monument Valley, shooting on film, shooting in widescreen, in CinemaScope, I believe. This is going to look quite possibly astonishing. So I can't wait to watch this. But let me check out some comments here. So we have Acres of Movies. Thanks for being here, Acres of Movies. We will be talking about Career Opportunities because Career Opportunities is getting a 4K UHD re-release from Kino. That was one of the news from this week. I have coincidentally the old Blu-ray that they put out within the last 4 years or so. I have that. So we'll be talking about that. Acres of Movies also ask what FX and FX2 commentaries or features would you like? Let me I'll come back to that because I want to go over the special features that Arrow put on that release. So I'll come back to that. And then thanks for the list of releases. That is good information compiled. Yeah, that's everything from my notes that I compile every single week. That's just what we put in the description here on Chasing Labels, just to give you all a sense of, what I'll be talking about. And I'll probably I usually get to all of it. Sometimes, due to time and whatever, I'll skip some things, but usually it's everything that we'll be talking about are in the notes or in the description. Favorite scenes in Miracle Mile. There's the whole sequence when they're at that diner that I think is really good. I like that diner scene. Obviously the finale, which not to spoil it for anybody who's watching the movie, is quite powerful. Quite a powerful finale. A film with a lot of guts and gusto for that type of finale. I really love that whole film. Thoughts on Noir Cast A Dark Shadow? I don't know what that is. Oh, the Noir Cast A Dark Shadow. Let me look that up, actually. I don't think I've seen that. I actually not seen the movie Cast a Dark Shadow. Directed by Lewis Gilbert, 1955. It says Edward Teddy Bear is a ruthless schemer who thinks he's hit the big time when he kills his older wife, believing he will inherit a fortune. When things don't go according to plan, Teddy sets his sights on a new victim, wealthy widow Freda Jeffries. Unfortunately for the unscrupulous criminal, Freda is much more guarded and sassy than his last wife, making separating her from her money considerably more challenging. Starring Dirk Bogarde. Dirk Bogarde is a great actor. Um, I gotta check this out. I'm gonna add this to my watch list right now. Yeah, Dirk Bogarde was in The Servant, which is that Joseph Losey film. The Servant is a fantastic film. I'm a big fan of Dirk Bogarde. I've seen a lot of his work. He was also in The Night Porter, which is a movie I think criminally doesn't get talked about a lot. Um, yeah, I've seen a lot of his stuff, but I'm gonna check that movie out. I'm certainly I've come across it many times and I've just not gotten to it yet. But let me move back to yes, Acres of Movies says highly recommended. Um, I'll definitely I love film noir. Film noir is one of my favorite subgenres of all time, movements of all time, depending on how you want to categorize it. Every single November we talk about Noir November here. We've done things on noir back in our previous iteration of the podcast, film Cinema Discovery Project. We did a whole episode on the classic era of noir. We've had Eddie Muller, the czar of noir. We've had him here on Chasing Labels about 2 years. Actually, in May of 2022, I believe we had him on the podcast here talking about his work at the his Film Noir Foundation and how they partnered up with certain physical media companies to put out several restorations that they've done, and pretty much specifically Flicker Alley, and the Film Noir Foundation work together a lot. I still need to get a lot of their awesome releases, because they do really good work. Their releases are a little expensive, and that's the only reason why I haven't gotten them yet. Not for quality's sake, but let's get into everything that we're going to get into here on Chasing Labels. Let's start off with something that I wanted to talk about last time that had dropped literally, I think, the day before the previous episode or the day of the previous episode, and that is Umbrella Entertainment. Umbrella Entertainment had their May release announcements. That's the Australian company of Umbrella Entertainment, and this is all the stuff they have coming out in May of this year. The Fall by Tarsum Singh. We talked about that here on Chasing Labels when it was announced or hinted at back, I think, in October, maybe October, November, something like that. But they gave us the full details now. So you can get this in their collector's edition or just their standard edition. Their collector's editions, of course, come with a whole bunch of extra swag and stuff like 100-page book, eight art cards, reversible posters, custom case, all that good stuff. But for our intents and purposes, let's just talk about Tarsum Singh's The Fall, which is a visually sumptuous film. For those of you who have seen it, for those of you who know of its reputation, it is indeed a visual sumptuous film. And this release is going to have quite a few special features. 2 audio commentaries, one by the director and one with actor Lee Pace and co-writer producer Nico Saltinakis and co-writer Dan Gilroy. And then you have a new interview with production designer Ged Clark, new interview with cinematographer Colin Watkinson, new interview with actor Lee Pace. That's really awesome. New The Making of an Impossible Film, a video essay by Virat Nehru. New The Quest for Origins, Trauma, Cinema, and Storytelling in Tarsum Singh's The Fall, a video essay by Anton Bitel. And then there's a couple of other, I'm assuming archival special features here. Wonderlust, a making of featurette, Nostalgia, a making of featurette, archival interviews with cast and crew. This is coming out May 7th. So this is going to be here sooner than we think. Yeah, it's a really good film. I talked about it when this was announced. This movie is going to look stunning in 4K, if anything. So that is Tarsum Singh's The Fall. And we've got a movie called Shutter. And this is a horror film from 2004, and it is, as one may guess, centers around a photography of some kind. So, for those of you who haven't seen it, let's see. When Tun and Jane accidentally knock down a mysterious pedestrian, they flee the scene, but their day-to-day life has inexplicably changed. Mysterious figures haunt Tun's photographs, while Jane is plagued by nightmares. They return to the scene of the accident, hoping to find answers, but the real secrets remain undiscovered. They must dig into the past to find the source of the mystery that has engulfed them. This is, um, yeah, this is an interesting horror film. It's done in the vein, if you like movies like The Ring or Ringu, if you like movies like The Grudge, that type of era of Asian horror cinema, that's what this film is very much like. It's more atmospheric than outright horrific. Although it is definitely frightening at times. Especially this movie is about they're starting to see images within photographs. Are these spirits? Are these ghosts? Why? What is it? What is the connection that these characters have to this entity, whatever it may be? And they're kind of unraveling this mystery, if you will. But it's very atmospheric. I do recommend people checking out. And like I said, if you are fans of the film of that era, that I don't want to say the J horror era, if you will. That is the era in which this film kind of came out. So a bunch of its contemporaries, like I said, Ringu, The Grudge, or Ju-on as it's called. If you like those movies, this one's rated similar in that vein. So let's see what we have here for special features. Let's say, like I said, usually there's a deluxe collector's edition that has a 48-page book. It's got the rigid slipcase, 8 art cards, reversible poster, all that good stuff. We have a new critical audio commentary with Pierce Conran and James Marsh. New interview with directors Park Porn Wangpom and Bongjong Pisantanakun. Wow, I butchered these names. New interview with writer and director Sofan Saktapishit. Shadows Out of Asia, Shutter and Asian Horror. Shutter and the Asian Horror Boom by Travis Johnson, behind the scenes of Shutter. This is coming out May 7th as well. Give this a look if you're a fan of horror. And then we have a Thai horror 8-movie Blu-ray collection. Okay. Yet again, collector's edition or standard edition, depending on what you want. Collector's edition is a 100-page book, 8 art cards, 2 posters, and then, the rigid slipcase. But we've got a several disc set here. So the movies are Dorm. Hold on. Let me see if I can get a list. Yeah, Dorm, Alone, Phobia, also known as Phobia, Phobia, Phobia 2, Coming Soon, Ladderland, Countdown, The Promise. So, yeah, 8 movies on 4 discs, so 2 movies per disc. And each disc here, I won't go through all of these special features here. Go to shop.umbrellaent.com.au, and you can see all the list of all the features in their shop there. And yeah, each disc has a bunch of special features, so each movie is getting some special feature. And there's quite a few here on here. There's audio commentaries, there are interviews, video essays, all kinds of stuff here. And this is like I said, a 4-disc set, so 2 movies per disc. And this is the Thai horror 8-movie Blu-ray collection: Dorm, Alone, Phobia, Coming Soon, Phobia 2, Ladderland, Countdown, and The Promise. And these are coming out also on May 7th. I think everything's coming out May 7th. And then last here is a movie called Storm Warning. And this is from 2007. And once again, collector's edition, but this has a CD soundtrack. That's kind of a nice touch. You don't see that very often. Usually you see it with Severin. Severin does that a lot, but not many other boutique labels give you the CD soundtrack of the movies. So once again, collector's edition, 48-page book, art cards, poster, the good stuff. Let's see what this movie is actually about. From director Jamie Blanks, who did Urban Legend and Valentine, comes this terrifying trip into the depths of human depravity, featuring some of the most intensely brutal scenes ever committed to film. Storm Warning never lets up as it builds toward a shocking finish. When a storm forces a wealthy couple to land their sailboat on a remote island, they discover a hidden weed farm run by demented Poppy and his two maniacal sons, captured, beaten, and sexually enslaved. The couple manage to turn the tables on their captors in a bloody fight for survival. So it's one of those films where there were so many of these movies in the 2000s. It was just a subgenre in the horror world in and of itself. People being stuck somewhere by accident, by happenstance, whether it be the woods, whether it be an island, whether it be the middle of the desert, whether it be wherever, people being stuck somewhere and then being encountered by some type of maniacal, crazy, insane locals, and then just horror ensues. Horror ensues and things go wild. So we've got an audio commentary with director James Blank, screenwriter Everett DeRoche, executive producer Pete Ford and Mark Pennell, cinematographer Carl von Moeller, production designer Robbie Perkins, and special effects artist Justin Dix. And there's a new special feature, all new behind the scenes featurette. We have deleted scenes, cast interviews, behind the scenes special effects, and makeup featurette. There's a new trailer reel and new silent number short film as well, coming out May 7th, and that is Storm Warning. There you go. That is everything from Umbrella Entertainment, and everything is coming out May 7th. May 7th is the day. So that is The Fall by Tarsum Singh, Shudder, Thai Horror 8-movie Blu-ray Collection, and Storm Warning. Let's check some comments here before we move on to our next slate. Let's see. So, thoughts on the Blue Dahlia? If you were making a Hand That Rocks the Cradle special edition, would you bring in De Mornay and Ciore and Hudson for the commentary? I haven't seen the Blue Dahlia. No, hold on. Is that the Brian De Palma film? If that's the Brian De Palma film, the Blue Dahlia, I have not seen it. I know of the case itself. Obviously, it's very famous. Or you're talking about that's the Black Dahlia. I'm losing my mind. I've seen the Blue Dahlia. The Blue Dahlia is the Alan Ladd, Veronica Lake, William Bendix film, directed by George Marshall, written by Raymond Chandler, the author. That is a great movie. That is a great movie. That's a great film noir, The Blue Dahlia. I think I have it. I have to check in my collection later on if I have it or not, because I know Shout Factory has put it out on Blu-ray before. They've put out a few Alan Ladd starring film noir films. So The Blue Dahlia, which came out in 1946, soon after a veteran returns from war, his cheating wife is found dead. He evades police in an attempt to find the real murderer. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, that's a really good film noir. For those of you who need some film noir recommendations, check out The Blue Dahlia. Check out The Glass Key, which is another one that I really, really like. Looking over at my drama section, see if I have The Blue Dahlia. I don't remember. I do not remember. If I don't, I still need to get it. I'm a big fan of Veronica Lake. I really like Veronica Lake and her work, so I've been trying to get all of her films. She didn't do many films throughout her career, so her filmography is accessible, and relatively easy to collect. So yes. The other question: if you were making a Hand That Rocks the Cradle special edition, would you bring in? Yeah, I would. Yeah, bring in. When it comes to special features, get anyone you can. Get anyone you can to come in and contribute in any way, whether it be cast interviews, whether it be behind the scenes people interviews, whether it be whomever is available and willing to talk, bring them in. Early on in Chasing Labels history, we had Justin Beam on from Reverend Entertainment, who creates these extras packages for a lot of companies that you may know of, like Shout Factory and Arrow and other companies like that. And his philosophy was kind of similar to that, where he tried to get anybody who was closely associated with the production as possible, and get them and be able to interview them and get special features from them, which I think is really a really good philosophy, because you don't know who you can and cannot get. Um, Especially when it comes to big stars, it's probably more expensive to get them and more difficult to get them and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, bring on anybody for extra features packages. Let's see. Would you rather be stuck in Fifth Element plays or stuck in Event Horizon? Fifth Element. Fifth Element. Event Horizon is horrific. That going into like some type of hell dimension, kind of like Hellraiser in space. That's the best way to describe Event Horizon. It's Hellraiser in space, which sounds horrific. At least Fifth Element is this dystopian future with flying cars and stuff like that. I think you can kind of make it in that world. Bring me to the world with Chris Tucker singing and dancing and whatnot, and that's better than Event Horizon. Let's see. Oh, Acres of the Movies also says, I think the person that did the commentary with Hayward Gould for the One Good Cop DVD was condescending. Unfortunately, not everyone is good when it comes to commentaries and stuff. People have their styles. Some people are perhaps unhinged. Some people, whatever the case may be. Perhaps that is. I don't know. I've not listened to that commentary. And you were right. Yeah, Blue Dahlia, not black. I got that confused. But yeah, you are right. Would you rather go on a roller coaster for Total Recall or Armageddon? You mean like a themed roller coaster? Armageddon would be a fun themed roller coaster, just for the sake that you probably get to like launch off, like they get to like launch off into space or something and do all kinds of stuff. They probably have like Aerosmith playing while you're doing corkscrews in the air. That would be kind of fun, I guess. But yeah, let's move on to the next slate of movies. Let's see what I have in my notes. So let's go from Umbrella over to Indicator, Powerhouse. Our friends over there at Powerhouse films.co.uk. Our guys over at Indicator, we've been very fortunate to have Sam and John, the founders of Indicator. We've had them here on Chasing Labels in the past. I would love to have them on in the future, because Indicator is one of my favorite labels. I've got so many of their things all around me, actually. All around me here. For those of you listening, you don't see the stacks of movies I have around me and behind me. There's Indicator mixed in with a bunch of them. Their box sets here. Oh, yeah, I've got all kinds of stuff here. Let me just grab what I've got. I've got their Columbia Noir number 6. We were just talking Noir. There we go. We were just talking Noir. His Columbia Noir number 6, The Whistler, which is their newest Columbia Noir set. I still have to get their Universal Noir sets. There's Universal Noir number 1 and number 2. I still got to get those. So that's something I've got to get. They just had a sale on their website over the weekend, which they had a lot of their out of print things. They had a couple of out of print titles come back into print very briefly, or like they found some copies, or whatever the case may be. It's their out of print return sale. Basically, it's returns that they've gotten from like retailers and places like that, that they just happen to have in stock and they have to get rid of them. So I was able to pick up one of them that came out. What did I get? Remember the Night. Remember the Night. I have been wanting the limited edition now for 2 years. It sold out a while ago, and I was able to get a copy from their out of print return sale. So once that comes in, I will definitely be sharing it here on Chasing Labels. Probably doing maybe a short video on it for the YouTube Shorts. But yes, I got Remember the Night limited edition. I hope it's in good condition, but at this point, it's been out of print for a while. It's been expensive to get on eBay, like double, triple what the price was when it came out. So I was able to get that. But Indicator, I love their box sets. We've been big fans of them on Chasing Labels here for years. So that's Indicator. But they've got some classic movie stuff in here as well. And actually, I think it's all classic movie stuff related as I go back to the tab. So we've got a group of 4 films. We have Little Man, What Now, Spawn of the North, Dangerous to Know, and Behold a Pale Horse. And these are their, let me just see. I want to see what, these are their April releases. So, Little Man, What Now is a Frank Borzage film. Frank Borzage is an underrated director, in my opinion. I've been a fan of his for a few years now. I'm honestly just getting into his work, into the work of Frank Borzage. He's had a few films come out. When it comes to Criterion, is that a couple that comes out that have come out from Indicator, and it has had a couple that come out from Kino. I just want to get a list of Frank Borzage films here. The Mortal Storm. The Mortal Storm has a Warner Archive release. History is Made at Night has a release from Criterion. Moonrise, I think, is Kino. A Farewell to Arms, I'm not sure. I think Desire has both a Kino and Indicator release, if I remember correctly. What's the... Yeah, I was just saying, I thought there was another Frank Borzage. Oh, yeah, Little Man, What Now? The Shining Hour is a Frank Borzage film. The Shining Hour, I think, has a Warner Archive release. Spanish Main, which just came out on Warner Archive. But Little Man, What Now? A young couple struggling against poverty must keep their marriage a secret in order for the husband to keep his job, as his boss doesn't like to hire married men. Starring Margaret Sullivan and Douglas Montgomery. I really like the film. I watched it. When did I watch it? I watched it in June of 2022. My goodness, time does fly. Let's see what we have here for special features. Let's see. Yeah, this film came out in 1934, so it's a 2K restoration, original mono audio. Jeff Andrew on Little Man, What Now? From the 2025 in-depth discussion of the film and director Frank Borzage. Thurza Wakefield on Margaret Sullivan. Appreciation of the actor's relatively brief but significant film career. Image gallery, promotional and publicity material, script gallery, complete dialogue and continuity script. Wow, that's nice. New and improved English subtitles for deaf and hard of hearing. Limited edition exclusive booklet with a new essay by Rick Byrne. Archival interviews with director Frank Borzage, an archival profile of actor Margaret Sullivan, and film credits. Limited to 3,000 copies. UK premiere. So this has gotten a Blu-ray release already. Let me see where else it's gotten a Blu-ray release. That's probably why I watched it back in... Yes, it's got a Blu-ray release back in 2022 from Kino. Let's see. I was going to see if I could... Yeah. So that is Little Man, What Now? So let's move over to the next release, which is Spawn of the North, starring George Raft, Henry Fonda, and Dorothy Lamour. Let's see. From director Henry Hathaway, back again, a lot of Henry Hathaway going around lately here in the boutique label world, comes Spawn of the North, a thrilling adventure starring George Raft, Henry Fonda, and Dorothy Lamour. Jim, Henry Fonda, an Alaskan salmon fisherman, is reunited with his friend Tyler, who's portrayed by George Raft. When a dismayed Jim finds that Tyler has joined the gang of poachers that are stealing his stock, he enlists Tyler's lover, Nikki Lamour, to help him defeat the thieves without endangering his friend. Co-written by Jules Furthman, who I guess wrote Shanghai Express, and co-starring Akim Tamaroff and John Barrymore. Spawn of the North is filmmaking on a grand scale, un, utilizing an expansive Alaskan set featuring a 375,000-gallon water tank, as well as extensive location work on genuine Alaskan salmon runs. Interesting. I've seen the movie. It's good. And I think what really carries the movie, because it's a rather thin-ish plot in that regard, is that Henry Fonda and George Raft and Dorothy Lamour are great in the movie. They're great actors. They're and they elevate the material, and they elevate the material up to a really good level. This movie was remade um years later. Let me see what it was remade as. I think it was called like Alaska Seas or something like that. Um, let me take a look. I actually had a friend of mine comment on my Facebook post about it and tell me that it is a remake. Coincidentally, I've seen the remake before I saw the original, which is not something I typically like to do, but I had no idea at the time that I was watching a remake. Let's see. And we are looking for yes. So, yeah, remade as Alaska Seas. And Alaska Seas also has a Kino release. So that is fascinating. But Spawn of the North, yeah, it's an interesting kind of tragic friendship type of movie where, a lifelong friend goes down a path that you don't agree with, but he has his reasons for it, and you have your reasons for not supporting him. And, you walk that fine line of what you do in that situation. Do you do you stay loyal to that friend, or do you do what you believe is right? That becomes the conundrum. Um, and yeah, the movie definitely walks that line and discusses that and goes into all of that. But let's get into the special features here. High definition remaster, audio commentary with screenwriter and author Kelly Goodner and filmmaker, film historian Jim Hemphill. Tom Vincent on Lauren L. Ryder. Overview of the pioneering work by the sound engineer who won an Oscar for his contributions to Spawn of the North. Image gallery, promotional and publicity material, new and improved English subtitles for deaf and hard of hearing, and that's it. We do have a limited edition exclusive booklet as well. Yeah, limited to 3,000 copies, coming out in May. No, in April, sorry. Coming out April 21st. Um, let's see. Let me get rid of this. Let me move on to the next one, which is Dangerous to Know. Dangerous to Know is directed by Robert Florey from 1938. Um, yes, let's see. So, oh yeah, this stars Anime Wong. So Anime Wong, Akim Tamaroff, and Gail Patrick star in Dangerous to Know, a hard-hitting crime drama from director Robert Florey, who directed Murders in the Rue Morgue. It's by the life of notorious mobster Al Capone. Hmm. Stephen Recca, who is Tamaroff, will stop at nothing to marry socialite Margaret, who is Gail Patrick, including murder and blackmail. However, his pathologically jealous mistress, Lan Ying, who is Anime Wong, will stop at nothing to keep them apart, based on Edgar Wallace's hugely successful play On the Spot, which was such a big hit that several studios repeatedly attempted to bring it to the big screen, only to be rejected by the censors at the production office. Dangerous to Know is marked by its standout performance by Chinese-American screen legend Anime Wong, reprising her stage role. That's what I was going to say as well. Anime Wong played her character on the stage as well as the film version. And now Anime Wong is an actress that probably not many people know, but she was the star in the 1920s and I believe into the 1930s. There is a Kino box set of, I think, 3 of her films, which I still need to get. She was in Shanghai Express as well, which is my favorite Marlene Dietrich and Joseph von Sternberg collaboration. That's the first time I ever heard of Anime Wong, and first time I ever saw her on screen was in that. She was in she was in the movie Piccadilly as well, which I have on Blu-ray. That gets put out by Milestone. I have that around here somewhere. But yeah, so this is this is a a good kind of stagey gangster film from the late 1930s. Runs about 70 minutes long, so it's super lean. It's pretty much cut, edited down to the bone. There's no wasted time or anything. But for special features here and stuff like that, 2K restoration, original mono audio commentary with film historian Jeremy Arnold, the Guardian interview with Anthony Quinn from 1995. I forgot, very young Anthony Quinn in this movie. He plays like he's the main gangster's like right hand man, like his main heavy, henchman type guy. It's Anthony Quinn. So that was really cool to see him pop up. So Guardian interview with Anthony Quinn from 1995. Um, Nurse and Martyr from 1915. Surviving extracts from Edgar Wallace's first ever screen credit with a newly commissioned concertina score by Bernard Wrigley. Where they found that, I have no idea, but that's just Indicator doing what Indicator does. And you got an image gallery here as well, limited edition exclusive booklet. Um, and it's limited to 3,000 copies. Yeah, I should mention that all of these are Region B locked. I should mention that as well. So these do have Region A counterparts here, I assume, or will at some point. Let me see if Dangerous to Know does already. We know that Little Man What Now has a Region A release from Kino. Dangerous to Know. Let's see. Dangerous to Know does not have. Oh, yes, it does. It's actually in that Anime Wong box set from Kino that I just mentioned. So Dangerous to Know is available through Kino in the Anime Wong collection box set. So there is a Region A available here. Let's see if there is a Region A available of Spawn of the North, which I'm not quite sure. Let's see. Spawn of the North. So Spawn of the North does have a Blu-ray release here. Looks like through Kino as well from 2020. So yeah, as you can see, there's a bit of a pattern here. There's a bit of a pattern here. These all have Kino releases so far here in Region A land, but in Region B land, they have releases from Indicator, which do have, as I've listed, some special features, whereas the Kino ones that I'm looking at so far now really don't have anything in the way of special features. So let's move to the next one, which is Behold a Pale Horse. Now, Behold a Pale Horse stars Behold a Pale Horse actually has a Twilight Time release in Region A land, which is now kind of out of print, but you can find it. Twilight Time kind of doesn't exist anymore. Well, they do exist, but they don't exist like they used to. Twilight Time used to exist on their own, but then they kind of were bought up by Screen Archives, so you can find Twilight Time releases at Screen Archives, but a lot of the Twilight Time licenses have lapsed and they've been picked up by other boutique outlets. That's kind of the way things have gone. Behold a Pale Horse came out in 2019 in Region A land from Twilight Time, and now we are getting a Region B release from Indicator, and this movie is directed by Fred Zinnemann and stars Gregory Peck. Came out in 1964. So think of like Gregory Peck in when he was like Atticus Finch in To Kill a Mockingbird. That's that kind of era of Gregory Peck. So you have Gregory Peck, Omar Sharif is in the film, and Anthony Quinn as well. Lead the cast of Behold a Pale Horse, a powerful drama from director Fred Zinnemann, who directed many films, including The Day of the Jackal. 20 years after the Spanish Civil War, Republican guerrilla Manuel Gregory Peck lives in exile in France. Francoist Captain, Francoist. It's Francoist Captain Vinolas, who is Anthony Quinn, is tasked with capturing him and sensing an opportunity when Manuel's mother falls ill, but hasn't counted on the involvement of priest Father Francisco, who is Omar Sharif, who tries to protect Manuel and guide him away from his path to violence. So what you have here is a political film. Obviously, it's dealing with the aftermath of the Spanish Civil War, where you have a Gregory Peck playing a former revolutionary who has been in exile over the border in France for 20 years. And obviously, he can't come back to Spain or else he will be arrested immediately. So, what happens is that he hears that his mother has fallen ill, so he wants to go and see her, but the local authorities there, led by Anthony Quinn, are going to use it as a trap to capture him. And you can imagine how, battle of wills ensues and stuff like that. Adapted by J.P. Miller, who wrote Days of Wine and Roses, from a novel by Emmerich Pressburger. That name should be ringing bells in everyone's head, from Michael Powell and Emmerich Pressburger fame. Behold the Pale Horse is a riveting tale of morality, betrayal, and resistance. Special features: high definition remaster, original mono audio. Caitlin McDonald on Emmerich Pressburger, the academic and film historian, discusses the transition of the famed filmmaker's novel from page to the screen. Guardian interview with Omar Sharif from 1984. Original theatrical trailer, image gallery, and that is it. This actually, I don't think, had any special features beforehand, so to get anything on it is a plus. That is the one thing with Twilight Time releases, is they really didn't have the budget to get special features or have special features made or anything like that, so you kind of typically only got the movie on Blu-ray. Typically from good remasters, though. They licensed out a lot of stuff from like Sony and 20th Century Fox, and the masters were good. So that is Behold a Pale Horse. I honestly want all of these. I know they're all Region B. They all have Kino versions here, but these versions do have special features, so therefore, they rank a little higher in my book. I'll take a release with special features versus one that doesn't. So we have Little Man What Now, Spawn of the North, Dangerous to Know, Behold a Pale Horse, all coming from Indicator, all coming in April. So check those out if you haven't already. Check them out at the time. Support Indicator when and if you can. Check out their site. And they do have US releases as well that do sell on Amazon. I've got they're over there. I was going to say, I've been collecting the Jean Roland 4K UHDs that they've been doing, getting into the world of the Fantastique over the last couple of years. Those releases are amazing. Those releases are visually stunning, and also just kind of this crash course through the world of Jean Roland and the Fantastique has been a very interesting journey for me personally as a film fan. Let's see what else we've got here in terms of comments. Acres of Movie says, did you enjoy They Drive By Night? I did enjoy They Drive By Night. Very good film. Definitely one that I would recommend to people. They Drive By Night is really, really good. They Drive By Night is the Raoul Walsh film. The Raoul Walsh film starring George Raft, Ann Sheridan, Ida Lupino. Ida Lupino is one of my favorites. I think it's her birthday today. It was either her birthday today or yesterday. I did a whole video on the Blu-ray box set of Ida Lupino films from Kino a couple of years ago. Let's see. That doesn't help. I went to IMDb to see. Oh yeah, February 4th. Today is Ida Lupino's birthday. Yes, it is. Obviously, Ida Lupino has since passed back in 1995, but truly one of my favorites, not only as an actress, but as a director as well. Breaking through and being able to be a director at the time that she was able to be a director, I believe in the 1950s, 1960s era, for a woman to be able to do that at that time is quite incredible. Because as we've known throughout the history of Hollywood, it's been very patriarchal, pretty much past the silent era all the way up to this day, unfortunately. So I always love Ida Lupino's work. There's still a couple more of her directed stuff I need to get, and she did end up doing a lot of TV work after she had done a bunch of movies. Let me go back to what I was talking about before. Oh, yes. I was looking at the comments. I do like They Drive By Night. For those of you who haven't seen They Drive By Night, great film noir from 1940. Joe and Paul Fabrini are wildcat or independent truck drivers who have their own small one truck business. The Fabrini boys constantly battle distributors, rivals, and loan collectors while trying to make a success of their transport company. Now, let me see who's put out They Drive By Night. Yeah, They Drive By Night has a Warner Archive release. For those of you who are interested in grabbing that, actually, it came out last year, last March, is They Drive By Night. Let's see. Also, in the Acres of Movies, also says also thoughts on Moontide and The Glass Alibi. Let me see if Moontide sounds familiar, but I don't think I've seen it. Oh, Moontide I have seen. The Archie Mayo film. Yeah, Archie Mayo. The movie starring Gene Gabin. Oh yeah, after a drunken night out, a longshoreman thinks he may have killed a man. Also starring Ida Lupino as well. This is available to stream um, on the Criterion channel right now for anyone interested. I don't think I've seen the other film, which is The Glass Alibi. Let me check. I'm checking my letterboxd. No, I have not seen The Glass Alibi. I have to add that to my. I'm gonna add that to my watch list right now. Which I did. Thank you for the recommendation, Acres of Movies. Let's see. Oh, nice. Thanks for joining me. Hello. Thank you for joining me. My friend Nick says, Andrew, it's Nick. So glad I got to finally catch one of these. Awesome. Awesome. I'm glad. Yeah, I don't know if anybody actually sees the notifications on YouTube or if anybody actually sees I share the link on Facebook. I share the link in the Facebook, Chasing Labels Facebook group. I used to share it on Twitter as well, but Twitter is so chaotic these days that who knows if anybody's ever going to see it on there. I gotta I gotta share the links more. Um, let's see. Acres of Movies says, would you rather Oliver Stone make Any Given Sunday 2 or Wall Street 3? Should he make those as movies or streaming series? Um, that is fascinating. um, you, I wonder. You know what? Any Given Sunday 2, but as a series. As a series because you could do more story-wise, and since there's such a varied group of characters within Any Given Sunday, whereas in Any Given Sunday, you had, like, a whole team of characters, you know what I mean? So you could, do more with storylines and stuff like that when it comes to all of that, as opposed to Wall Street, which was very centered on like one or two characters. In the first film, you had Gordon Gekko as well as the Charlie Sheen character. In the second film, you had the Shia LaBeouf character as well as Gordon Gekko again. Um, it's very like you know straight. It's very kind of focused where like that works in movie form. Um, as opposed to Any Given Sunday, like I said, longer story form. I'm thinking because they've done sports TV shows before and they've worked. You know what I mean? I'm thinking my favorite TV series of all time is Friday Night Lights, which is about okay. It's not really about high school football, but high school football is part of it. It's more about the characters. It's more about their journeys and what they're going through. They just happen to be within the world of high school football in Texas. You know what I mean? Um, so it's not really about football, it's about the characters. So you could do something like that with Any Given Sunday, but on a professional football level. Obviously, the logistics and all that are, it's a lot different, but you know what I'm saying. Let's see. Um, Corin Humboldt says, I hope they release the Iron Rose. Let's see. Acres of Movies is dangerous to know. Great, thanks. You're welcome. Um, Oh, Ida Lupino and you, Acres of Movies says her and I also have a similar birthday. That's kind of cool. Um, Yeah, I like it's interesting. I like seeing like celebrity birthdays lining up with people I know. Um, I think I forget who's my celebrity birthday is. I have to look it up. It's June 17th. If anybody knows, let me know whose birthday I share with. But let's see what else we've got going here. Um, Let me see what we have next on the docket. Let me get rid of that tab. So let's go over to Shout. Yes, that Shout. Let's let it all out. So we have Scream Factory and Shout Factory announced their April releases. They're moving right along, people. They're stopping for nobody. They are shouting out from the rooftops, and we've got a couple of interesting titles here. We've got Timecop is getting a 4K UHD release April 29th. That's the Jean-Claude Van Damme sci-fi film, which I'm sure many of you know of. I actually just watched it for the first time ever. I, you know what's interesting is my previous co-host Stephen Billings, my good friend Stephen Billings. Um, uh, he knew a lot more of kind of like 90s action stuff, like Jean-Claude Van Damme and people like that, because he grew up watching all those films. I, on the other hand, did not grow up watching Jean-Claude Van Damme films or Steven Seagal or Chuck Norris, people like that. Um, I watched a lot of contemporary 90s stuff that was kind of like summer blockbusters-ish. Um, so I didn't see a lot of these growing up. So I always had to play catch up when it came to the Jean-Claude Van Dammes, when it came to a lot of the 90s action stuff that a lot of people were watching. I, of course, watched, Arnold Schwarzenegger films and stuff like that. Those were the action films that I watched. But Time Cop is interesting movie because I think the premise of it still kind of holds up today, but, it is dated because it came out in, like, 1994, and the special features aren't really and the special effects, I should say, aren't really great. So, I won't go through all of these in depth, because I'm sure many of you know these films already. So, we have Sorority House Massacre is getting a 4K collector's edition. We've got that's coming out April 8th. The Hunt, which came out in this came out in 2020. Yeah, this came out in 2020. This was one of the first movies. This came out right around the beginning of the COVID pandemic and things like that, in COVID times when things were shutting down. The Hunt, I think, went straight to streaming right or as soon as things started shutting down. So this was one of the earliest, like, straight to streaming films, if I remember correctly. If I remember correctly. So you have The Hunt. It's getting a 4K release. It's had a Blu-ray release for years. So Renfield Collector's Edition. Bit of a Chasing Labels lore here, people. Um, so the movie Renfield, the movie starring Nicholas Hoult and Nicolas Cage, directed by our friend Chris McKay. Chris McKay came on to Chasing Labels at the time right before Renfield came out and talked about the movie. And I have my copy. Oh, I have my copy of Renfield over there. Hold on. I'm gonna get this. For people listening on the audio, give me like a second. So I've got our cop. We were fortunate enough, like I said, to interview Chris McKay. They sent us a Blu-ray copy of the movie, which I have here. Sent us a T-shirt, which I have here as well. For those of you listening in the audio, you can't see any of this. So I've got a Renfield T-shirt too. I think we got a Renfield mug as well. It's over there on a desk over there. But this is, if you ever wanted to see Nicolas Cage play Dracula, here you go. Here you go. It's mostly about the character of Renfield, who is like Dracula's right-hand man, and it's portrayed by Nicholas Hoult. Coincidentally, Nicholas Hoult was just in Nosferatu, which is another, adaptation of Dracula. But yeah, so that's a nice little connection here to Chasing Labels. Chris McKay, super awesome guy. It was great talking to him. I've got a bunch of his stuff in my collection. He directed the Lego Batman movie. I'm a big fan of Batman. Batman's my favorite comic book hero of all time. I've got a lot of Batman comic books in my collection over there. Um, and I got to talk to somebody who directed a Batman movie. Heck, I've got my copy of The Batman right next to me, uh, the Matt Reeves film. So it was really awesome getting to, talk to someone who really understood getting into the lore of Batman. So Chris McKay's film Renfield is getting a 4K re-release. Um, really awesome, really awesome to see that happening. I'm assuming the same special features, which were a couple of, let's see, special features was deleted and extended scenes, alternate takes, Dracula Uncaged, and more. That's what it says on here. Fun movie. Renfield is a fun horror comedy, over the top horror comedy with like crazy action scenes and whatnot. But yeah, I like that's coming out April 1st. Please don't destroy the treasure of Foggy Mountain. So this is a movie. Um, this is a movie that is based off of the comedy troupe Please Don't Destroy. Now, Please Don't Destroy is a comedy troupe. They do like um they're writers at SNL, at Saturday Night Live. Not only are they writers, but they like do certain uh, segments and whatnot over on SNL, and they been working there for years. So what's interesting is when I was watching this movie, I didn't know who they were. Just to show you how much I keep up with SNL. I watch it from here and there, but I don't know the nuances of who's in the cast, who's not in the cast, who the writers are, and all this kind of stuff. But when I was watching, I'm like, wow, this feels like an SNL sketch done as an hour and a half movie. Lo and behold, that's pretty much what it is. Yeah, so please don't destroy the treasure of Foggy Mountain. You have like these three guys who are these like mid to late 20 year olds who kind of haven't grown up yet, and they're trying to figure out what they're supposed to do with their lives, and they're just kind of stuck, really. And they decide to go on this treasure hunt of Foggy Mountain to find this legendary treasure, and that's the movie. It's produced by Judd Apatow. Um, it's written, produced, and stars Martin Hurley, John Higgins, and Ben Marshall, who are Please Don't Destroy, and directed by Paul Berganti, who is also like a director at Saturday Night Live as well. So you can get the SNL connections here, and also if you watch the movie, you'll see the connections there already. Conan O'Brien is in the film. He's really funny as well. But yeah, so that's that. Summer Wars is getting a Blu-ray and 4K UHD release on April 1st. This is an anime film that I'm not familiar with. I think it's being released through their G Kids, I guess, line. I don't know, or sub label. I don't really know what G Kids relation is to Shout Factory, other than they put out their anime stuff. That's kind of what I got. I have a bunch of their G Kids releases. Um, all of the stuff that they put out from Hayao Miyazaki. I've got all of that stuff over here in my small anime section. Um, I still have to get The Boy and the Heron. I I need to get that. I need to get it. That was the most recent Hayao Miyazaki film, and there's a couple of other films I need to get from their G Kids line as well. So that is everything from Shout Factory. We've got Timecop. We've got Sorority House Massacre getting a 4K release. Timecop's getting a 4K release. The Haunting is getting a 4K release. Renfield is getting a 4K release. Please Don't Destroy the Treasure of Foggy Mountain. I think that's just a Blu-ray release. And then Summer Wars Blu-ray. And then there's a 4K Blu-ray Steelbook as well with that. These are all coming out in April. All right. Moving right along. Moving right along now. Let's see. Let's see. What else do we have for comments here? Acres of Movies says, yes, I like that too. Pacino back coaching the Sharks again, and new players and the old faces are back too. I love that for him. happen eventually, I think. I do wonder what Oliver Stone is up to these days. Because he hasn't been directing a lot of things. Um, he's more producing, like, documentaries and stuff like that. Let me see what Oliver Stone's up to these days. Um, I know his last few movies haven't been quite highly regarded. Let's see. The last movie he directed, if I'm talking feature film, um, I think was Snowden in 2016, if I remember. Yeah, everything else after that has been directing documentaries or interviews, things like that. Like he did, JFK Revisited. He did a TV miniseries, JFK Destiny Betrayed. Um, Nuclear Now, which is dealing with climate change. Um, yeah, so I don't know what. Yeah, so I don't know what Oliver Stone would do with it. Or if he has been interested in it. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know if you could get anyone to come back for it. The movie came out, what, 2000? It's now been 25. It's 25th anniversary. Yeah, it's the 25th anniversary of Any Given Sunday. Let me actually check the numbers on that. Let's see, going back to the late. Yeah, Any Given Sunday came out in 1999. Sorry, so I'm even 1 year off. So we're talking 26 years ago. Um, I don't know what that cast is up to. I think you could do it, but it would have to be a whole new cast. If you could get Al Pacino. I mean, Al Pacino has done series. He did do that series on Amazon, the one about, Nazi hunting. Um, so it's not like he hasn't done series before. Oh, I'm curious. I'm curious about that now. I'm just kind of brainstorming in my head about those things. Um, do Acres of Movies also asks, do you like Pretty Poison? Why do you think that movie has been overlooked over time? I, hold on. I have to check Pretty Poison. I don't know. I've actually never seen Pretty Poison. You have me stumped, Acres of Movies. A lot of these things I haven't seen yet. That's the Anthony Perkins film with Tuesday Weld from 1968. I'm gonna add that to my list as well. Let's see. Acres of Movies also asks, you're put in a room, you can't leave 24/7, must be in there, eat and sleep, etc. forever. You have to choose 3 movies that you strongly dislike to watch on a loop. Which 3 movies would you choose to watch on a loop? And it's got to be movies I don't like at all. My goodness. My goodness. My goodness. Let me see. I have to look up which movies I dislike the most. Let's see. I'm gonna look up my lowest rated movies on Letterboxd to see. Alrighty then. 3 movies. Oh boy. uh, okay. 3 movies that I dislike the most. Oh, that I could rewatch. That I could watch on a loop. So, just some of these here. I'm just looking. I don't know why that's there. Um, hold on. I'm a little stumped. I'm a little stumped. Let me. You know what? There's the which one is it? The 5th Die Hard film, A Good Day to Die Hard. I could rewatch that. Fun, mindless action. I don't like the movie, um, but I could rewatch it. You know what I mean? It could be something I could rewatch. Um, what else do I have here that I also really didn't like a lot? Um, there's the movie, um, yet again, another action movie, Independence Day Resurgence, the sequel to Independence Day, a movie I didn't like really at all. But yet again, big action nonsense movie. I could have it on, you know what I mean, and be fine. Um, what else is there? Oh, another big action nonsense movie. Um, Transformers: Age of Extinction. The what is that? The fourth Transformers film? Yes, I think it's yeah, that's the fourth Transformers film. Once again, I could have that on. You know, it's not unwatchable, but it's not good, and I'm not a big fan of it. But I could have it on in a loop like that and be perfectly fine. So yeah, I'm minimizing the casualty of it all here. I'm minimizing the casualty of it all. Let's see. Um, Acres of Movies says highly recommend Pretty Poison and Remember My Name is another one that is Anthony Perkins and Geraldine Chaplin. Okay, I'll add that to the watch list as well. The watch list is ever growing. So let's see where we're going from here. Speaking of growing, let's go over to Kino. Let's go to Kino and see what is cooking over there. Um, Here we are. So Kino had a couple of announcements, as they always do. A couple of film noir box sets, actually, as well. Speaking of film noir, the Dark Side of Cinema box set number 25 is coming out in April 8th. And it contains 3 movies. It contains The Flame, City That Never Sleeps, and then Hell's Half Acre. These are let's see. These are coming from a 2017, 2024, and 2017 HD Masters by Paramount Pictures from 4K scans. There's a new audio commentary for The Flame by Heath Holland, host of Serial at Midnight. Audio commentary for City That Never Sleeps by film historian Imogen Sarah Smith. Nice. New audio commentary for Hell's Half Acre by Heath Holland once again from Serial at Midnight. Very cool. So I've seen all of these films. So I've seen. I think these are all directed by John H. Auer. Yeah, they're all from Republic Pictures. And director John H. Auer. Let's see. The Flame is. So it says George McAllister is the black sheep of a wealthy family who has squandered his share of the family inheritance and lives in constant resentment of his rich, terminally ill half brother Barry. So George gets his girlfriend Carlotta Duval a job as Barry's nurse with the plan that she will eventually marry him for his money and then dispose of him. Or I don't think they really kind of specify that, or like. If it was more like just wait for him to pass away because he is terminally ill. Yeah, the movie doesn't really specify that. I don't know if they could really do that with the Hays Code or whatnot, but anywho, either way, it's a scheme to get money from his rich half brother. But what ends up happening is she ends up falling in love with him, with the half brother. And so complications ensue. So in The City That Never Sleeps, the creeps, the hoods, the killers come out to war with the city. In the vein of William Wyler's popular detective story of 2 years earlier, this gritty noir gem juggles around 5 characters through a particularly bad night in a Chicago police precinct. Stressed out cop Johnny Kelly, lounge singer Sally Angel Face Connors, thug for hire Hayes Stewart, corrupt district attorney Penrod Bedell, and Sergeant Joe, an honest cop trying to keep Johnny on the straight path. Striking urban cinematography by John L. Russell, and another great bad girl performance by noir goddess Mary Windsor. And then we have Hell's Half Acre. City of Sin, toughest spot in the Pacific. This Hawaii set noir tells a twisting tale of ex-racketeer Chester, who is portrayed by Wendell Corey, who is being blackmailed by his former partners in crime. When Chester's gal, Sally, kills one of his enemies, he assumes that he has enough clout to get a lighter sentence and takes the rap. Meanwhile, a visitor from L.A., portrayed by Evelyn Keyes, comes to believe that Chester is the husband she thought she had lost at Pearl Harbor. So you got a few things going on here. Typically, specifically, this movie centers around the Evelyn Keyes character, who believes that this man is her long lost husband who she believed died at Pearl Harbor. So she hears about the story and she decides to go to Hawaii to investigate to see if this is indeed her husband. And that's one of the plot lines going on. But then you have the other plot line of this Chester character who is in trouble with not only the police but with local organized crime as well. So there's a murder that also happens. So there's a murder investigation that goes on too. The Evelyn Keyes character gets caught up in that. A lot of things going on in this movie. Good though. It's called Hell's Half Acre. Yeah, I would definitely recommend. I'd recommend all of these. This is a good box set. It's a really good box set, especially for the price that these box sets come at. It's worth the money. Let's move on to a film called Sands of Iwo Jima, coming out April 15th. Now, we don't have... Let's see, do we have special features for this? Yes, we do. It's a 2-disc set. It's a 4K UHD release. What is important about this? This is a former Olive Films Blu-ray release. This movie came out through Olive Films many years ago through a bare bones Blu-ray release. I don't think it had anything in the way of special features. So this is going to be leaps and bounds beyond that release. So we got, like I said, 2 discs, 4K UHD disc, and a Blu-ray disc. You got a brand new audio commentary by filmmaker and historian Steve Mitchell and combat films American realism author Stephen J. Rubin. And then you have Making of the Sands of Iwo Jima Featurette, hosted by Leonard Maltin. Those are the only 2 things you have there. But it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. For a John Wayne war film, it's better than nothing, as I said. It's got a brand new HD master from a 4K scan of the 35mm original camera negative. So it's going to look better than that old Blu-ray looked, which was probably from an older master. So we are looking good when it comes to that. Let's see. For those of you who don't know what this movie is about, you can kind of guess just by the title. It's called The Sands of Iwo Jima. It's a movie that traverses the lives of these soldiers from, like training all the way up to the Battle of Iwo Jima, all the way up to the raising of the flag at Iwo Jima. So you get all of that, and their sergeant, their main commanding officer, is portrayed by John Wayne. He is Sergeant Stryker, a hard-nosed Marine sergeant who must mold a company of raw recruits into a combat-ready fighting machine. Feared by many and hated by all, Stryker's training is soon put to the test in a full-sail assault against the Japanese on Iwo Jima, a famous battle in World War II. Yeah, good cast, good war film for its time. Movie came out in 1949. A lot of those post-World War II war films were done around that time. That is the Sands of Iwo Jima, but the John Wayne train does not stop there, friends. No, it doesn't. On April 15th, we have Donovan's Reef. Donovan's Reef is getting a 4K UHD release as well. 2-disc edition. First disc is the 4K UHD disc. We have a new audio commentary by film historian Joseph McBride, the author of Searching for John Ford. Another audio commentary by film historian Dwayne Epstein, the author of Lee Marvin Point Blank. And then we've got The Growler Story, 1957 short film directed by John Ford. This is another John Ford and John Wayne collaboration. Like I was just saying, I've got The Searchers here. Another John Ford, John Wayne collaboration. They were, of course, they worked on Stagecoach together. They worked on The Quiet Man together. They worked on Fort Apache. Bunch of movies. So This is actually their final collaboration in this boisterous, uproarious South Seas escapade, as it is described here. Life on a South Pacific island for two ex-Navy buddies, John Wayne and Lee Marvin, is just about perfect. They spend most of their time in Donovan's Reef, the local saloon where they brawl and feud and somehow manage to stave off the sameness of tropical living. Then into this mayhem arrives a straight-laced Bostonian, who's portrayed by Elizabeth Allen in search of her father, Jack Warden. Cesar Romero, Dick Foreign, and Dorothy Lamour all add to the laughs and pandemonium in the tropical Technicolor. In this tropical Technicolor, that's what it says. It's a comedy. It's a situational comedy with John Wayne and Lee Marvin, Jack Warden. So what happens here is Jack Warden is this doctor and he gets called away on business. He's the only doctor in this like island chain in the Pacific. I want to say somewhere outside of Japan or someplace in the Pacific. Basically, the whole backstory of this is that Lee Marvin and John Wayne were Navymen in the Pacific, and they were fighting battles in this area of the world and kind of got stranded on this island and pretty much never left. That seems to be the case. And now they're just there. And Jack Warden is there as well. He plays the doctor, and he's the only doctor in this like archipelago island chain. So it's his responsibility to go around and check up on people and, you know, do medical services and stuff like that. And he goes away and he has a not long lost, but he has a daughter that he's kind of never known and never had a relationship with at all and whatnot. And she basically is coming to not only meet with him, but the family company back home, she's ready to take it over, and she needs him to like sign it over to her, basically. And he doesn't want anything to do with it, but she's got to come and basically have him sign it over or get him or like catch him in a predicament to where he wouldn't be fit to inherit the company and whatnot. Come to find out that he has a family. He has a family with a native woman of that area who has since passed away, and he has 3 young children. And what is interesting is that John Wayne basically is like, hey, if they find out that you have these children of mixed heritage, then it's going to look bad for you. And he doesn't want his like reputation to be besmirched, so he pretends that they're his children. John Wayne pretends that they're his children instead of Jack Warden. I don't know. It's playing on, obviously it's playing on racism, it's playing on stereotypes, it's playing on things like that and prejudice and whatnot. And the movie is kind of a light comedy, if you will, because there's this little romance that buds up between the Elizabeth Allen character and John Wayne. It's not great. It's not really believable because John Wayne is such a stoic actor that any type of tenderness or sweetness or like romantic charisma doesn't really come across too cleanly on screen. Unfortunately, that's the case. This movie reminded me a lot of the movie McClintock. If you've ever seen McClintock starring John Wayne and Maureen O'Hara, it reminded me a lot of that. Or even, as I referenced, The Quiet Man reminded me of that as well, just not as good. So that is Donovan's Reef, coming out November 15th on 4K UHD. Let's move along here. So the movie Foul Play by that stars Chevy Chase and Goldie Hawn, which I think we've mentioned before here on Chasing Labels, is coming out April 22nd. That's a 4K UHD as well, 2-disc edition, where we've got a new audio commentary by entertainment journalists and authors Brian Reisman and Max Every, and a fair play remembering Colin Higgins, and that's it. So that's that film. Next, we have Career Opportunities. So, Career Opportunities is getting a 4K UHD re-release. So, going back to what Acres of Movies was asking earlier, let's see. He was asking about career opportunity. They were asking about career opportunities earlier. Yes, it says regarding career opportunities, movie release, Kino, does that have special feature? Yeah, let's see. Let's see, shall we? We are at it. They were asking about that earlier. Um, so we have audio commentary by director Brian Gordon, audio commentary by Chicago Critics Film Festival producer Eric Childress. And then we have Crafting Criminals, interview with actors Dermot Mulrooney. Oh no, actors Dermot and Karen Mulrooney. Yes, that runs about 15 minutes long. We have Interior Night, director of photography of Donald McAlpin on filming career opportunities. And that is it. That is it. Obviously, this was, I believe, written by John Hughes, but they kind of just took his script and then rewrote it and made their own thing with it. So I think it's kind of not really his film. Let me see what the other Blu-ray had, because I have the Blu-ray of Career Opportunities. And it's got... Oh, yeah, so this comes with actual special features. The Blu-ray that they put out back in 2021 has nothing. It has a trailer and a commentary by Chicago Critics Film Festival producer Eric Childress. That is it. So this 4K re-release, not only do you get it in the better transfer, the better quality, you do get more special features. See, that's how you do a re-release. You add something to it that makes the previous release, not look as good. Essentially, make it worth the upgrade. So two audio commentaries, and one, yeah, and then interviews with actors Dermot and Karen Mulrooney, and then you get, I believe, interviews with director of photography, and for 10 minutes. So you at least get some more added stuff as opposed to the other Blu-ray, which just had one commentary and that was it. So that answers your question, acres of movies. So definitely worth the upgrade over the old Blu-ray. And Career Opportunities is a movie that I kind of like. I watched it for the first time when I bought the Blu-ray a few years ago. I think Jennifer Connelly is absolutely, stunning in that movie. And I like the premise. It's a cute, fun, like, premise and whatnot. It's perfectly enjoyable. I didn't watch it when I was younger, so I have no nostalgia for it. But I like the movie. I like the movie. It's very much of my time and of my generation. Kind of thinking of the idea, like, what happens if you were stuck in a department store overnight, and then someone tries to rob the place, and you've got to, like, fend them off. Personally, I would just leave, but that's just me. That's just me. I would not get paid enough to put my life on the line for a department store. No, thank you. The department store is also Kmart. Kmart, which I think just closed up their last store in the continental United States last year. Kmart was, the store of the 90s. Think of Kmart was like Walmart before Walmart, really. It was Target before Target. There was Kmart. Sears was around longer than before Kmart. But yeah, Kmart was the store of the 90s. If you were a 90s kid, that's where you did a lot of your back to school shopping. Yeah, I remember going to Kmart a lot as a kid in the 90s. So this movie features Kmart in it, which was, expanding its locations in the 90s. So let's move on from there, from Career Opportunities. We got a couple of things here that I don't know much about, so we'll just move through them quickly. This is a movie called The Man Who Reclaimed His Head from 1934, starring Claude Rains, that immediately sets off bells and whistles in my head. Joan Bennett, Lionel Atwill. It's directed by Edward Ludwig, who directed The Last Gangster, Wake of the Red Witch, and Sangaré. It just says coming soon on Blu-ray. Okay. Then we've got another box set, another film noir box set, The Dark Side of Cinema. This is box set number 26. These films are Dark Broadway, Smooth as Skin, and The Great Gatsby. So this is The Great Gatsby starring Alan Ladd, which I have already. I've got the imprint release of it over here, if I can reach it. Yes, The Great Gatsby. For those of you listening at home, I have the imprint release of The Great Gatsby. This is the adaptation. Oh, who directed this? Directed by Elliot Nugent. This stars Alan Ladd, Betty Field, MacDonald McCary, Ruth Hussey, Barry Sullivan, Howard Da Silva, and Shelley Winters is in this film as well. I rather, The Great Gatsby is one of my favorite books of all time, so I'm always fascinated with its adaptations. I even say I like the Baz Luhrmann one a lot. I may be in the minority when it comes to that, but I like the Baz Luhrmann adaptation a lot. But if you do not have this imprint release already, it is in this Film Noir number 26 box set. It is, yeah, it's a good adaptation. Oh, it also says, note, The Great Gatsby will also receive a standalone release. So if you don't want to get the box set, you can get the standalone Kino release. This edition here, the one put out by Imprint, has an audio commentary by professor and film scholar Jason A. Ney, Alan Ladd, The True Quiet Man, a documentary from '99, Professor Sarah Churchwell on The Great Gatsby from 2023, film critic / writer Christina Newland on The Great Gatsby from 2023, on-stage interview with Alan Ladd's son, David Ladd, conducted by Alan K. Rohde. Whether all of those transfer over to this Kino release that's coming out, I have no idea. That will remain to be seen because they don't give us the details yet. It just says coming soon on Blu-ray. So that is of note. So that is it for Kino. What are we doing on time? Hour and a half in. We're making good time. Trying to keep it under 3 hours. I fail at that every single time we do this. So I shouldn't jinx myself already. Oh, yeah. So Acres of Movies ask, you may have said, but did Career Opportunities have special features? It does. It has 2 commentaries and 2 interviews, which is more than the Blu-ray had. The Blu-ray only had one of those commentaries, and that was it. So you've got an extra commentary plus 2 interviews. One interview runs 15 minutes long, and the other one runs 10 minutes long. And I'm just going over it really quickly because I can just scroll down to it. We have an interview with actors Dermot and Kieran Mulrooney. Then we've got an interview with the director of photography, Donald McAlpin, and that's it. But like I said, it's more than the Blu-ray, and it's getting a brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master from a 4K scan of the 35mm original camera negative as well. So yeah. Yeah, and the new audio commentary, or the audio commentary that's on it, is from the director Brian Gordon, and the other audio commentary is from Chicago Critics Film Festival producer Eric Childress. So the Eric Childress one was on the old Blu-ray, not on, and also on the 4K as well as the accompanying Blu-ray that comes with it. So that is it for Kino. Let's see. Let's move on to what else I've got here on my notes. Okay, we'll go to Eureka, because Eureka has 3 releases, and unfortunately I didn't get to watch any of them, and I hate myself because I really wanted to. So this is their April batch of Blu-ray releases. They are The Adventurers, The Magnificent Chang. Yeah, Cheng. And this is 2 movies. This is The Magnificent Trio / The Magnificent Wander. Okay. Yeah, Wanderers. Then we've got Laurel and Hardy, The Silent Years, 1927. So starting with the Laurel and Hardy, The Silent Years. All of these movies that are in this collection here have just been released by Flicker Alley in their Laurel and Hardy Year 2 release. Let me get that up right now, just so I am not giving out false information. Yeah, Laurel and Hardy Year 2, which is that just came out in November. So everything, all of these shorts that are on this 1927 collection from Eureka are all have already been released in that one as well. What is different? Special features. Special features are different from the Flicker Alley release than from this release. So, quickly, let's go over what is actually in this set. Um, the set contains the following shorts: Lucky Dog, 45 Minutes from Hollywood, Duck Soup, Slipping Wives, Love 'Em and Weep, Why Girls Love Sailors, With Love and Hisses, Sailors Beware, Do Detectives Think, Flying Elephants, Sugar Daddies, The Second 100 Years, Call of the Cuckoo, uh, Putting Pants on Philip, and The Battle of the Century. Those are all on the Flicker Rally release, which just came out in November. So whether you get that release or whether you get this release, you're getting the same films. It's 13 shorts released throughout 1927. Um, yes, but when it comes to the special features, they're different. So the special features here for the Eureka set, scores by a variety of silent film composers, including Neil Brand, Antonio Coppola, Eric Le Guin, and Donald Sosin. Alternate scores on select shorts, audio commentary tracks on all the films, new interviews with silent film experts. There's an image gallery, archival recording interviews, and a collector's booklet featuring newly written notes on each film by Paul Merton, and a new essay by Imogen Sarah Smith, which is very nice. She does great work. Let's see. Yeah, the Year 2 set. Yeah, so and the set by Flicker Alley has audio commentary tracks for each film. Um, it has additional music scores, exclusive rare audio featuring Anita Garvin, Thomas Benton Roberts, and Hal Roach from personal interviews conducted by historian Randy, I can't pronounce it, Skretvet. Um, let's see, Laurel and Hardy on location Year 2, a video essay by historian John Bankston on selected local exteriors. Now, this is for the Flicker Rally release. Eve's Love Letters, one of Stan Laurel's final solo films, Galloping Ghost, 2 surviving fragments of a rare solo Oliver Hardy film, Pair of Tights, a short starring Anita Garvin and Marion Bryan, George Mann's home movies, behind the scenes of Hal Roach Studios, a complete 20-minute interview by Tony Thompson and Stan Laurel recorded in 1959. Yeah, and then you have image galleries. So this is the Flicker Rally release. I just mentioned the Eureka release. It all depends on what you want. The Flicker Rally release sounds like it's got more interesting special features to me. But either way, like I said, you get the same films. That's the most important part of all of this. Yes, so let's see. Let's see what else we got here from Eureka. We have the Magnificent Cheng films. These are, like I said, the 2 films: The Magnificent Trio, The Magnificent Wanderers. One of the Shaw Brothers Studios' most prolific directors, Chang Che, or the godfather of Hong Kong cinema, is the filmmaker behind Five Deadly Venoms, Chinatown Kid, and Boxer Rebellion. Collected here are 2 films by this maestro of martial arts cinema that showcased his considerable talents at both ends of his career. The Magnificent Trio, produced when Wuxia Films ruled the Hong Kong box office in the mid-1960s, and Magnificent Wanderers, made at the height of the kung fu craze at the end of the 1970s. Yeah, I want to watch both of these. I want to watch both of these immediately. Let's see. I want to see, is this a Region B release? It doesn't say. No, Region A. It says Region A. Okay, so it is a US release. I was wondering if they had the rights, because right now the rights to anything Shaw Brothers in the Region A realm is either through Arrow or through Shout Factory. They seem to be cornering the market on Shaw Brothers films on Blu-ray. So how Eureka was able to snag both of these, I have no idea. So that is coming out November 29th. And then last but certainly not least here is The Adventurers. This is a Ringo Lam film. Um, the only collaboration between Master Ringo Lam and Hong Kong superstar Andy Lau, who was in the Internal Affairs. That's a box set I still need to get, but that's neither here nor there. And The Adventurers is an explosive story of heroic bloodshed featuring Rosamund Kwan, David Chang, and Victor Wong. Wei Lok Yan was just 8 years old when his parents were killed before his eyes in Cambodia, where his father had been working for the CIA during the Pol Pot's ascent to power in the latter days of the Cambodian Civil War. Taken to Thailand by his father's colleague Seong, Yang grows up to join the Thai Air Force and comes to discover that his father's murderer, Ray Lu, once a double agent, has now become a wealthy arms dealer based in the United States. With the help of the CIA, Yan intends to get close to Lu and have his revenge by taking on an assumed identity and gaining the trust of Lu's daughter, Crystal. But first, he will need to go undercover in San Francisco's criminal underworld to rescue her from the clutches of Vietnamese Black Tiger Gang. This sounds amazing. I wanted to watch this so damn bad and just did not have the time before the podcast. So it's got a new 2K restoration of the film, new audio commentary by film critic David West, two adventurers, new interview with Gary Bettinson, editor of Asian Cinema Journal, previously unseen archival interview with writer and producer Sandy Shaw, limited edition collector's booklet featuring a new essay by Hong Kong cinema scholar Alan Hanjun, Magnan Park. Yes, Alan Hanjun Magnan Park. Limited 2,000 copies. Coming out April 29th as well. Let me see if this is a Region A or Region B release. Region A. All right. That is The Adventurers. So that is it from Eureka Entertainment. This is their April releases. We've got The Adventurers from 95, The Magnificent Chang, a two-film box set, and Laurel and Hardy, The Silent Years, 1927. That is it from Eureka. We will be moving over to, quickly, let's go over to our friends over at Cauldron Films. Let's see. We do have some comments first. Let's see. I'm just checking the comments here. So, Acres of Movie asks, are you more of a Captain Ron or My Father the Hero fan? It has been so many years since I've seen both of those movies. I don't think I've seen both of those movies in 20 years. Captain Ron, believe is the movie. Yeah, My Father the Hero with Gerard Depardieu and Katherine Heigl. I haven't seen that in 20 years. Captain Ron, I don't think I've seen in 20 years. Yeah, with starring Kurt Russell and Martin Short. That used to play on cable TV all of the time. Like every weekend, they would play Captain Ron. So I couldn't decide between the two because it's been so long. I mean, Captain Ron is so much fun with Kurt Russell, and Martin Short is such a delight. For those of you who haven't been watching Only Murders in the Building with Martin Short and Steve Martin and Selena Gomez, it's really great. It's streaming on Hulu for anybody who cares. It's just great kind of, a whodunit starring in, set in the modern world and inside of this apartment building for the most part. But I haven't seen those two movies in like 20 years. Let's see. Acres of Movie says Brother Orchid, another good unheralded noir. Gotta check it out. Starring Edward G. I think that's Edward G. Robinson. Okay. One of my favorites. Who would you cast as the live action Jack Skellington? Who would be a live action Jack Skellington? I don't know if he can sing, but he kind of could look the part. Is it Jack Quaid? Dennis Quaid's son? He looks like he could do it. He's got the body type for it. Let's see. Acres of Movies ask, rank the following, please. My Father the Hero, Captain Ron, Pure Luck, which I don't think I've seen, Camp Nowhere, Jimmy Hollywood. Jimmy Hollywood, isn't that the Michael J. Fox film? My goodness, I don't think I've seen that in forever. Um, I can't rank them all because I haven't seen them all, but for me, as pure biased nostalgia, Camp Nowhere's number one. Camp Nowhere for me is one of my favorite like childhood films. I have the Blu-ray of it actually. They re-released the Blu-ray of it too, at least once, I think through Mill Creek. Um, Camp Nowhere is such a fun film. It's such a 90s film as well. Um, Man, it came out in 1994. I have the Blu-ray from 2011 that was put out by Mill Creek Entertainment. That's who put out that Blu-ray. And it's since been re-released by Kino back in 2018, which I think is out of print now. Um, it was a special edition. I don't know what was special about it. Um, but the Mill Creek Blu-ray doesn't look very good. I really wish that somebody would give that a nice re-release. So Camp Nowhere stars Christopher Lloyd, Jonathan Jackson, Thomas F. Wilson's in it. A bunch of people, kid actors from the 90s are in it, like Andrew Keegan, and a bunch of others. And what happens is these kids all get together and make their own summer camp, so where they can just hang out and do whatever they want. But they need like an adult to like make it look real. So they get Christopher Lloyd's character. They get Christopher Lloyd and they're just like, hey, we'll just pay you to like live in a cabin here just so that we can say we have an adult around. And he's great in the movie, and the kids are great. I'm a sucker for coming of age teenage films. Growing up, I love those movies. I like them. I love them as an adult. Camp Nowhere, so underrated, so underrated. So Camp Nowhere, number one with a bullet. For those of you young people listening, Camp Nowhere is so great. Just complete anarchy and chaos, as you would imagine a summer camp would be. And it's the 90s, and it's pre-internet 90s. 1994, we didn't have social media. We didn't have the internet in the same way we have it now. It was basically like video games, VHS movies, going to the mall was a big thing. Um, yeah, arcades. I mean, growing up in the 90s as a millennial, kind of the last generation before the internet age really kicked into high gear. Unique time, a very unique time. I've said that a few times. Um, let's see what else we've got here. Let's see. Acres of Movie says should I'm assuming Paul Giamatti play the main character in a Monopoly movie. Maybe it can be like Mr. Deeds, where he inherits the Baltic and Mediterranean, then must chase out crooks similar to Home Alone. Very fascinating. Um, I'm of the mind that Paul Giamatti can kind of do anything at this point. I say that, and then I have the images of him as the Rhino in The Amazing Spider-Man 2 running through my head, something he cannot quite do. But as Paul Giamatti as the Monopoly guy, sure, why not? Yeah, he can definitely pull off the mustache. That reminds me, I need to get the film that he was in last year. Just got a 4K Blu-ray release, so I've got to get my hands on that. Um, and then Acres of Movies continues on that. Then he ascends and it becomes like Wall Street, and he starts buying and upgrading the properties quickly and having some of the community chest cards, etc. Then he advances to Boardwalk and builds there. Very interesting premise you've got going on here. That sounds fascinating. And then Acres of Movies also says, I think pratfalls involving the houses and hotels themselves and the various community chest cards being reenacted like the beauty contest, etc., would be very fun. This is turning into more of a like a mini series or a limited series than a movie, because it seems like there's a lot going on here. I feel like this would make a nice Apple TV limited series. That's the vibe I'm getting from this. Um, Oh, Jimmy Hollywood is Barry Levinson's film with Joe Pesci and Christian Slater. I've never seen it. I've never seen it. That reminds me, I still need to get Pump Up the Volume, which is the Christian Slater film that everybody needs to see because it's great and it's so underrated and overlooked and not talked about. There's a Warner Archive release of it now on Blu-ray that needs to be added to everyone's collection. But moving on, speaking of collection, let's go to Cauldron Films. Like I was just saying, they have two releases. Cauldron Films um is the label that I believe is done over at diabolicdvd.com. They're putting out a 4K Blu-ray of a movie called Mad Foxes and a Blu-ray of a movie called Cries and and Shadows: The Return of the Exorcist. So, they deal with kind of, you know, horror movies, kind of like B horror movies from time to time. Think of kind of what like Mondo Macabro is doing. What I just dropped something. Oh, that fell. Um, what Mondo Macabro is doing, what Neon Eagle is doing, um, things like that. And I got stuff falling all over the place here. Um, so let me take a look here at what Mad Fox. So, description: after Playboy Hal tangles with a group of bikers at a red light that leaves one of them dead, the situation violently escalates, leading to a bloody bath of shootings, assaults, murder, and a well-deserved dismemberment. Like I said, the carnage drives us full throttle from the streets to the countryside with a soundtrack that will easily rock you. Mad Foxes is the ride or die of a lifetime. Sounds interesting. But it's a 2-disc 4K UHD release. 4K restoration from the OCN, which is the original camera negative of the uncut version of the film. There's a Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the film as well. Let's see, the Blu-ray has new 4K restoration. It's got an audio commentary by film critics Nanny Cobretti and Merlin Roberts. The untold story of Robert O'Neill, interview with actor Jose Gras. 46 minutes long. Good gracious, that's long. Irwin and Fox is 23 minutes long. Producer Irwin C. Dietrich and actors Eric Falk and Helm Sig talk about Mad Foxes. Mad Eric interview with actor Eric Falk. Nazi Fox Bikers Must Die, an essay by Troy Haworth, 19 minutes long. And that is it. Coming out April 29th. So, Cries and Shadows: The Return of the Exorcist. Description: after photographing description. Let's redo this. After photographing a naked woman at a waterfall and discovering she was absent from all photos, Peter returns to the scene only to find a mysterious Tahal pendant that initiates a mysterious sex-crazed possession, as most pendants do. As Peter spirals into baffling madness, people start to die in inexplicable ways, prompting Peter's nun sister, Alina, to call an exorcist. To rid him of the insidious demon. Okay, so we've got sex crazed demonic possession movie. That's the vibe I'm getting here. So we got a new 2K restoration from the original camera negative. We've got Angelo, a portrait interview with actress Elenia Fusco, 25 minutes long, a long interview. Exploitation Symphony, an interview with composer Giuliano Sorgini. Delivering the Devil, interview with DOP Maurizio Santini. Half a Life, interview with script supervisor Silvio Petroni. Introducing the Devil, an interview with film historian Eugenio Ercolani. Audio commentary by Eugenio Ercolani and Troy Haworth. CD soundtrack. There's a lot going on here. This is a massive release. So much to go through. 2 deluxe releases, and also for the month of April. I believe these are both coming on April. Yes. Also in April, the label will release the Blu-ray of Brevido Giallo, a 4-disc box set as well. That is the box set that is all of, I think that's the, yep, that's the Umberto Bava box set. That's the Blu-ray with the 4 Blu-rays as well as the CD soundtrack as well. No, it's 3 Blu-rays and disc 4 is the CD soundtrack. So these are all coming in April. The Brevido box set, the Brevido Giallo box set, and Mad Foxes 4K, and the Blu-ray of Cries and Shadows: The Return of the Exorcist. So that is all from Cauldron Films over at diabolicdvd.com. Let me get rid of that. And then we've got couple of others here right away, and then we'll get into Arrow. Um, quickly here, 101 Films is putting out a Blu-ray release. Actually, let me check if it's a Blu-ray or check if it's a 4K of the movie Trancers. Um, this sci-fi movie from the 80s, Trancers. So it says here, new to the Black Label this March from Charles Band's Full Moon Features, Trancers from 1984 on 4K UHD in the UK for the first time. Led by Philip Marlowe-inspired Jack Deth, with a cast featuring a young Helen Hunt and prolific character actor Art LaFleur, Trancers is part tech-noir thriller and part zombie hunt with a healthy dose of comedy and killer synth score. That's very true. Great score in this movie. Marking the first time Trancers has been available in 4K outside of North America, our version is packed with extra content, including new interviews with Charles Band and editor Ted Nicola, alongside archival extras, including commentary tracks, short film Trancers, City of the Lost Angels, and more. This limited edition release comes packaged in a slipcase with brand new artwork and booklet featuring new writing on the film. This is coming out March 31st. This is the movie Trancers. It is kind of like Blade Runner meets a zombie film with time travel elements to it, if you can believe it. So, yeah, it's fascinating. It's a fascinating movie. Let me go check on my Letterboxd, see what I rated it as. I think I rated it pretty high. Let's see. Oh, move past it. My bad. There it is. Yeah, 1984, low budgeted as all heck too. But the low budget of it kind of works in its favor, I think. Works in its favor. It gives it a sense of 80s sci-fi action grittiness. So yeah, Angel City Trooper Jack Deth is sent back in time from 2247 to 1985 LA to inhabit the body of his ancestor. Deth's assignment is to find his arch enemy Whistler, who turns people into zombies before the fiend is able to kill all the ancestors of the future governing council. So that's what he has to do. He's got to go back in time, stop this guy from killing all the ancestors of like the future government officials. That's the premise of the movie. But his job in the future is to like eliminate these zombie infected people. You know, in Blade Runner, you know, the Blade Runner's job is to, you know, eliminate the replicants. So you can understand the kind of Blade Runner-esque connection there. So that is Trancers, getting a Black Label release from 101 Films. Let's get rid of that. And let's go over to Deaf Crocodile. They have 2 releases. Our friends over at Deaf Crocodile, they're just putting out stuff hand over fist. they got new stuff coming out all of the time, and they have 2 new things here that I wanted to highlight. First up here is the spectacular sci-fi visions of East German director Gottfried Kolditz. It's a 2-film, 2-disc Blu-ray set now available to pre-order. It says the first movie is Signals, a Space Adventure from 1970. It runs 86 minutes long. The first and most ambitious of the 2 epic space operas that prolific East German genre director Gottfried Kolditz made for the state-run DEFA film studio. Signals was DEFA's cheeky attempt to outdo Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey, behind the curtain. So I believe this would be a USSR film, you know, Soviet Russia. The film used many of the same tricks: expansive, visually stunning shots of the cosmos, gorgeous, futuristic space design with ergonomic chairs, IBM lookalike computers, mod mini dresses, and Star Trek space uniforms, even a copycat free-floating in-tunnel sequence with a wild electronic Perry Kingsley type score. 70mm cinematography was utilized in the movie, restored in 6K from the original camera negative by the University of Massachusetts Amherst. That's a few hours away from me. That's really cool. So yeah, it's the first ever world Blu-ray release by Deaf Crocodile of this movie. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yet again, no one is doing releases like Deaf Crocodile in terms of the stuff they're putting out. The movies they're putting out are things you've never heard of before. There's stuff from Eastern Europe from the 70s and 80s, stuff that was, you know, from countries that were part of the USSR of the time. So a lot of this stuff probably wasn't being worldwidely distributed in any way. It's probably never seen the light of day on VHS or DVD, and God knows not Blu-ray or 4K or anything like that. So these are coming to light for the first time in probably decades. A lot of animation stuff as well that they're putting out. A lot of these Eastern European films too. Stuff like I said, I've never heard of, stuff you can't even find to watch really. Up until now, they're really making these films available for the first time to watch. You can find a lot of them now to stream actually on Canopy, is a streaming service that I use a lot. You can access that through your local library for free. All you need is a library card, which you can also get for free. But the second film here is In the Dust of the Star, In the Dust of the Stars. This is from 1976, 95 minutes long. Who could possibly resist an insanely groovy mid-1970s Eastern German space opera with an Ennio Morricone-like theme song, a nonstop underground disco where partygoers spritz hallucinogenic mouth spray, scantily clad supermodels voguing in an abstract sculpture garden, tons of silver glam rock boots and glittery eyeshadow, and red leather spacesuits, and dialogue like, Thob like upload them to the Lambda channel. And the Temians are fun people. Fun and a little crazy. Director Gottfried Kolditz delirious gem of socialist eye candy ranks alongside Mario Bava's Planet of the Vampires as one of the most eye-popping genre treats of the era. They're comparing it to Zardoz and Space 1999 and Buck Rogers in the 20th century. Sounds fascinating. Yet again, this is stuff I haven't seen yet. So this is stuff I'm definitely interested in. So go over to deafcrocodile.com or go over to diabolicdvd.com. That's where you can typically find the Deaf Crocodile releases. So yeah, that's really cool. And then a second release they've got here is this movie called Gwen and the Book of Sand, which I know absolutely zilch about. I'm going to have to go to my letterbox to actually look up what it is about, because there's no description there. So where are you, Gwen? And that's not it. Let me look for it here frantically on my letterbox, like a crazy person. Did I add it to my letterbox? That's the next question I need to ask myself. I'm just going to look it up. I'm just going to look it up because I'm just scrolling here and not getting anywhere. Gwen and the Book of Sand. Oh, Gwen or the Book of Sand. Gwen is a young girl adopted by a nomad tribe in a desert post-apocalyptic world. When Gwen's friend is kidnapped, she and an old woman called Rosaline embark on a trip to bring him back. Sounds good. Sounds fascinating. Deaf Crocodile is one of those companies where I'll watch anything they put out just to give it a whirl. They've got the track record. Why not? When it comes to cinema, don't close yourself off to things. When it comes to movies, when it comes to film, don't close yourself off to things because you never know what you're going to find. Cinema is endless. Movies are endless. Film is endless. It's expansive. It's everywhere. It's kind of like the Force in Star Wars. It's everywhere. So that is everything from Deaf Crocodile. Let's move over to Arrow. Arrow had their April releases. We've got let me just run them down and then we'll go through them. Long Kiss Goodnight, V Cinema Essentials, Bullets and Betrayal, from 1989 to 1994. That is a 9-film box set of movies. We'll get into it. You have FX and FX2, The Grand Illusion. That is a double feature set of those two movies. And then we have A Fistful of Dollars, the Sergio Leone film from 1964. What they are doing is they're going to be releasing their own 4Ks in April, May, and June, one per month. So April will be A Fistful of Dollars, June will be No, May will be yeah. April will be a fistful of dollars. May will be for a few dollars more, and then June will be the good, the bad, and the ugly in 4K. Um, so that's how that will roll. And then lastly, here we have a movie called Booger from 2023. So let's get into it here. The Long Kiss Goodnight is the from Shane Writer Screen Black. From screenwriter Shane Black, sorry, and director Rennie Harlan, who directed Die Hard 2 and Cliffhanger, comes kick-ass action thriller The Long Kiss Goodnight. This stars Gina Davis and Samuel L. Jackson. 8 years ago, Samantha Cain washed up on a beach, pregnant with no memory. Now she's a school teacher living an idyllic small-town life with a daughter and boyfriend who love her. She's almost given up on ever finding out about the life she used to lead until an accident awakens hidden memories and her past comes back with all guns a-blazing. With help of low-rent private eye Mitch Hennessy, Samuel L. Jackson, Samantha must uncover who she was and why so many people want her dead before it kills them both. Um, that's the movie. Uh, I've seen the movie. It's a fun action 90s film. This is getting a 4K UHD release as well as a Blu-ray release. Um, New 4K restoration by Arrow Films from the original 35 millimeter camera negative, approved by director Rennie Harlan. That's cool. Brand new audio commentary by film critic Walter Chaw. Brand new audio commentary by film critics Drusilla Adeline and Joshua Conkle, co-hosts of the Bloodhouse podcast. Drusilla Adeline is Sister Hyde. Sister Hyde, who does such great artwork for many covers of boutique labels releases that pretty sure many of you have in your collection, many of you at least know of. Off the top of my head, The Elephant Man Criterion, that's done by Sister Hyde, Drusilla. She was interviewed here on Chasing Labels way back in our early days as well. Awesome artist. Let's see. The Blu-ray has the more special features on it. Symphony of Destruction, a new interview with stunt coordinator Steve Davidson. Long Live the New Flesh, a new interview with makeup artist Gordon J. Smith. Girl Interrupted, a new interview with actress Ivana Zima. Yvonne Zima. Amnesia Chick, a new visual essay by film scholar Josh Nelson. The Mirror Cracked, a new visual essay by critic and filmmaker Howard S. Berger. The Woman's World, a new visual essay by film scholar Alexandra Helen Nicholas, friend of Chasing Labels. Archival promotional interviews with director Rennie Harlan and Gina Davis, Samuel L. Jackson. Making of, which is an archive promotional featurette. So nice, I'm assuming limited edition stacked release from Arrow Video, as we all come to know them to do. That's coming out April 8th. Now we get the V Cinema Essentials Bullets and Betrayal. Like I said, a 9-film set coming on 5 discs. Yes, so we got 2 movies per disc on the first 4 discs, and then when the 5th disc has a standalone film. The movies are Crime Hunter, Bullets of Rage, Neo Chinpira, Zoom Goes the Bullet. That's on disc 1. On disc 2, we have Stranger and Carlos. On disc 3, we have Burning Dog, and we have Female Prisoner Scorpion Death Threat. And then on disc 4, we have The Hitman, Blood Smells Like Roses, Danger Point, The Road to Hell is the second film there. And then the last disc, disc 5, which has the standalone movie, XX Beautiful Hunter. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to watch any of these because, 9 films is a lot to commit oneself to doing. So I did add all of them to my letterbox to watch at some point. But yeah, this is a lot of movies here. These are all Japanese Toei films. So it says here, in 1989, legendary Japanese studio Toei launched their V-Cinema line of direct-to-video genre features. So these were all direct-to-video Japanese action films. V-Cinema Essentials Bullets and Betrayal presents 9 explosive titles representing some of the best Japanese crime film has to offer. So you can kind of get a gist of what these movies are about. I'm not going to read this whole description, this paragraph, 2 paragraphs here. All you need to know is, like I said, 9 films, 5 discs. All the discs have special features on them. Some have more than others. But it's Japanese straight-to-video action crime films. Coming out April 29th. Then we have FX and FX2, the Grand Illusion. Um, let's see, but yeah, do we have FX and then FX2, the Grand Illusion. So in the 1980s, yeah, special makeup effects artists became stars, pushing the boundaries of what could be shown on screen. As audiences around the world reacted with shock and delight, no surprise when that sooner or later they'd get a movie that made them the hero. So FX, Murder by Illusion. I didn't know that was the subtitle for the first film. Rolly Tyler is a special effects genius approached by the Department of Justice to fake the death of a gangster about to turn state's evidence. So someone who is, a gangster who is going to be testifying. But all is not as it seems. Now someone is trying to kill Raleigh, and the grizzled cop, Leo McCarthy, Brian Dennehy, suspects him of murder. Unable to turn to the police, Raleigh goes on the run with only his wits and his special effects expertise to save him. FX was a smash hit, and the sequel was inevitable. Under the auspices of ace Australian director Richard Franklin, who did Psycho 2, I know Richard Franklin, FX2, The Deadly Art of Illusion, sees Raleigh convinced against his better judgment to once again use his expertise beyond the silver screen, this time helping to trap a murderer as part of an NYPD sting. When lightning strikes twice and things go wrong, Raleigh, his girlfriend Kim, and her young son Chris are all plunged into danger. Only with Leo's help can Raleigh keep them safe. So, what you get here is a movie that came out in 1986, which is the first FX film, and then you get its sequel in 1991. These are really cool kind of action films, really. And I like the premise of taking a special effects artist and him having to utilize his abilities as a special effects artist to save his own ass essentially in the first film, because he is now this murder suspect. He's got to go on the run, but he's got to use these special effects not only to stay away from the cops, but to figure out who set him up, why they set him up, uncover this mystery, all this kind of stuff. And in the second film, it's him utilizing those things again, but this time to be the more active investigator in finding out what happened in this when he tried to work for the police, and then things go awry. What's interesting is that Brian Dennehy is in both films, and Brian Dennehy, I think, steals both films. He's not as big a fixture in the first film as he is in the second film. In the second film, I think he takes over the movie, and it becomes more of a movie about his character than the Raleigh Tyler character, Brian Brown, the actor who portrays him. It becomes more a Brian Dennehy film, and I thought he was great in it. I really, really liked both of these movies. The second film isn't quite as good as the first film. The second film is a little lighter, more of a buddy cop movie, as opposed to the first film, which is more of a 1980s neo-noir film. It's gritty, it's dark. The second film is dark as well, but it's got, like I said, more of a buddy cop feel to it, which lightens it up a little bit. But this double feature is a great double feature. I'm gonna get this added to my collection. I watched these movies for the first time. Disc one, let's see, is this? Yeah, this is just a Blu-ray release, I think. Disc one is the first film, which is FX Murder by Illusion. It's got a new audio commentary by critic Mike White. New audio commentary. It's got a second audio commentary by Dan Martin. FX of FX, a new interview with makeup effects supervisor Carl Fullerton. That's really cool. And then you have FX Illusions, a new visual essay by film critic Heather Wixon, author of Monsters, Makeup and Effects, Murder by Illusion, an archive interview with director Robert Mandel, and then The Making of FX, an archive featurette. And then you have the second disc, which is FX2, The Deadly Art of Illusion, new commentary by Dan Martin of 13 Finger FX and filmmaker Jen Handorf. Should have mentioned that in the first one. They do that. They do an audio commentary on the first film as well. Art and Illusion, new interview with makeup effects supervisor Eric Allard. FX Magic, a new visual essay by film critic Heather Wixon, author of Monsters, Makeup and Effects. The Australian Invasion, a new visual essay by film scholar Alexandra Helen Nicholas. She's everywhere, people. We love her here on Chasing Labels. Yet again, check out her interview that she did on here, Once Upon a Time. It got cut short a little bit because of technical issues, but she's great. She's the author of several books as well. But she shows up in a lot of special features. Then we have the making of FX2, an archive featurette behind the scenes inside Eric Allard's workshop, and that is it. I think this is. Is this an I think this is a Region B release. Yeah, this is a Region B release because there's only a UK date here of April 14th. But either way, um, I want it. I want that set. Last but definitely not least, I had no introduction here. A Fistful of Dollars. The Dollars trilogy, the Man with No Name trilogy, has got to be one of the most re-released Western trilogies of movies I've ever seen and that I've ever had in my collection. It's been released on DVD. It's been released on Blu-ray twice. It's been released no, yeah, it's been released on Blu-ray twice. It's got 4K releases from Kino. It's got now 4K releases from Arrow. So much of Sergio Leone, Man with No Name trilogy to go around. Truly one of the greatest spaghetti western trilogies of all time. And this is the first film here, starring Clint Eastwood. Yeah, it's a landmark of a film, an absolute landmark of a film. Let's see. Yeah, it's a landmark of a film, and let me just go through it here. A nameless stranger, Eastwood rides into the Mexican border town of San Miguel and quickly finds himself in the middle of a bloody bath for power between two rival families, the Baxters and the Royals. Candidly realizing there's money to be made from playing each side against the other, the man with no name soon finds himself caught in the crossfire as the body count escalates. Um, this is a remake of Yojimbo, of Akira Kurosawa's Yojimbo. Um, it's notoriously, a remake of that film, except, you trade a feudal Japan samurai film to the Old West with a gunslinger, with a cowboy, if you will. And yeah, it's Clint Eastwood. It's a famous movie. I don't need to go through all this. So we've got a reversible sleeve featuring original and newly commissioned artwork by our friend Tony Stella. We did an interview with Tony Stella, the artist, here on Chasing Labels as well. Uh, the It's a 2-disc set, Blu-ray, 4K Blu-ray and Blu-ray, 4K restoration from the original 2-perf Techniscope negative. There's been Let's see how it looks. There's been so many different kind of iterations of the visual look of these movies. I'm curious what this one's going to be of. So we've got, yeah, so it's a new 4K restoration from the original 2-perf Techniscope negative, Dolby Vision presentation of the film, original English and Italian front and end titles, newly restored original lossless English and Italian mono. You have a 5.1 track in here as well. There's an audio commentary by film historian and Leone biographer Sir Christopher Frayling, audio commentary by film historian and critic Tim Lucas. The second disc, which is just a Blu-ray of special features, When It All Started, a newly filmed interview with film historian and critic Fabio Melelli. Four Fingers, Four Picks, a newly filmed interview with guitarist Bruno Battista D'Amario. A Wind and Fire, a newly filmed interview with Morricone biographer Alessandro De Rosa. A Night at the Movies, a newly filmed interview with filmmaker Paolo Bianchini. A Fistful of Outtakes, highlights from the original rushes, the day the soundtrack changed, a new visual essay by musician and disc collector Lovely John, exploring the film's iconic score. Marisol Leone's Madonna of the West, an archival interview with co-star Marianne Koch. The Frayling Archives and A New Kind of Hero, 2 archival interviews with Sir Christopher Frayling. I am gonna run out of breath here. A Few Weeks in Spain, an archival interview with Clint Eastwood. Obviously, you couldn't get anything new from Clint Eastwood. I just feel like he'd be too expensive to get. Yeah, there's a few other things here. There's an restoration Italian style and archival featurette on the film's remastering for DVD. That's interesting. Not really relevant to this, but whatever. Yeah, this is going to be one of their deluxe releases as well. No doubt in my mind. It's coming out. There's a Blu-ray counterpart to it as well. That is also 2 discs. So if you want to get the Blu-ray, get the Blu-ray. If you want to get the 4K, get the 4K. Obviously, this is going to be Region B Region B locked because Kino owns the rights here, I believe. At least I have the Kino 4K of this film. I have the Kino 4K of for a few dollars more. I still need to get the Kino 4K for the good, the bad, and the ugly. Um, the reason being, I've just waited on that because I'm trying to find it with the slipcover is damn near impossible. I'm assuming I have to do a comparison of special features, but this looks like it has new stuff. As you can see here, I just read off a bunch of new things. So, last up here is a movie called Booger, which is a movie by Mary Dowderman. Um, and this is an existential kind of heartbreaking film, dealing with grief, dealing with loss. It's yeah, it's about Anna, a young New Yorker is consumed in overwhelming grief after the sudden death of her best friend and roommate, Izzy. Struggling to cope, Anna becomes fixated on finding Booger, the stray cat that she and Izzy took in together. Um, that's why the movie's called Booger, because it's about the name of this cat. And she's so fixated on finding this cat that that's how she's processing the grief. But the problem is the grief is overwhelming her. It's consuming her. It's making her neglect herself. It's making her become frantic and manic and going through mental health issues as well. And that's what grief can do. Grief can beat you down badly. And it happens to a lot of people. And this film is very much about that process of grief, that existential process of grief that can be very agonizing for many. I know many of us go through that process, whether we lose friends or family or any type of loved ones, any type of things we have personal connections to. And this movie really goes there. It pushes those boundaries and goes past them in terms of the mental fracture of it all, and the physical fractures of it all as well, because the physical and the mental can mesh. The lines are blurred, and and your world just becomes so broken. And this film really portrays that in a rather profound way. Really good film in that regard. It goes for it there. There's some body horror stuff that happens in the film as well. Um, that may be uncomfortable to many, may gross out a lot of people, but it's done on purpose to really push the idea of what grief does to one. Um, good film, good film here. You get some special features here as well. A different breed of a female feline. A new video essay by critic Cat Hughes. Curiosity Kills: A History of the Cat and Death. A new video essay by writer Alexandra West. And that is it. That is it. So that is everything from Arrow for April. You've got The Long Kiss Goodnight, V Cinema Essentials, Bullets and Betrayal, 1989 to 1994, FX and FX2, The Grand Illusion, 1986 and 1991, A Fistful of Dollars, and Booger. That is it for Arrow. Nice crop of eclectic different releases here. Diversity, if you will. Diversity, if you will. So, let's see. I want to take a quick trip over to Severin, and mention a couple of things they've got going on, and then we'll get to Vinegar Syndrome and their partner labels. Excuse me here. I may have to dip into my water soon because I'm running out of soda. So, a couple of things going on over at Severin, but before we get there, let's see if we got some more comments here. Acres of Movies. Yes. Let's see. Yeah, FX, yay, excited for features. Yeah, there are some good special features on that release. Yeah, I prefer Brian Brown do the commentaries. Understandable. You can't get much, firsthand, you can't get much more firsthand commentaries than someone who was actually in the movie. Let's see. Not sure if you heard of Jake Speed. Anyway, I love FX and FX2. So happy they're getting this. This would have loved a third one. The TV show was interesting as well. I didn't know there was a TV show until I looked up these movies, and I very vaguely remember there being a TV show. Vaguely remember. I gotta look into it. I gotta look into it. Acres of Movies asks, take an 11-day themed cruise of Scarface or Saturday Night Fever or Krull. Um, Scarface. Scarface, because it would be just it would be the montage in Scarface. In Scarface, there's the montage with the song Push It to the Limit, where he's just like they're counting money and he's spending money and he's getting married and has a pet tiger, partying and having the time of his life. You have to assume that that's what a Scarface cruise would be like. You know what I mean? Just craziness. Saturday Night Fever would be um the disco and dancing and stuff like that. Okay. That's not bad. I feel like that's on a cruise anyway. You know what I mean? And then Krull is like that sci-fi movie from the 80s, so I feel like that wouldn't be as fun as the other two. Let's see. Acres of Movies asks, Married to the Mob Special Edition, Fun City, Vinegar Syndrome commentary, the volume for movie goes mute when commentary is played. They need to fix the error. Also offer cast commentary as well. Huh, I didn't know that. Is there a specific release from Vinegar Syndrome that happens to? Or is it you just noticed it in general? I didn't know Married to the Mob Special Edition, the Fun City Edition had that issue. I've had it for years. I have it over here. I think I have it. Yeah, I have it over there. I have all my Fun Cities on a chair over there. Um, yeah. Yes, say, do you anticipate an Eve of Destruction Special Edition sometime? I honestly don't know. I honestly do not know. I wish I had some inside tracks on things. That would be cool, kind of cool. But I don't really. I get feelings sometimes about certain things, but other than that, I don't really have any inside track on things. Long Kiss Goodnight's features, are those good? They sound really good to me. Yeah, they sound very good to me. Um, yeah, you had some new stuff in there. Definitely better than whatever release has been here. I know there was a release here on Blu-ray years ago. Yeah, 2011 there was a Blu-ray release by Warner Brothers with a VC1 encode. Christ. Um, that had no special features at all. So anything Arrow puts on there is leaps and bounds better than what that had to offer, which was nothing. which was nothing. Um, yeah, and the fact that it's coming out in 4K as well. I know a lot of people are excited for this release for obvious reasons. People love Gina Davis. I love Gina Davis as well. Super great actress. Um, yeah, I like the cover art as well. Yeah, like I said, there was 2 new audio commentaries, plus a plus was that 3 visual essays. Yeah, new interviews on there. That was a stacked release, and it's all approved by Rennie Harlan too, and it's got like archival stuff too. Yeah, that's going to be a good release. Watch out for that in April. I got a feeling that's going to sell very well and may sell out very quickly. So if people want to pre-order something, that Last Kiss Goodnight may be something you want to pre-order. I'm not a big, I don't pre-order a lot of things just because I guess I have commitment issues, but that may be something people want to pre-order. Let's see. Acres of Movies with a hot take. Speed is overrated. Jeff Daniels creeps me out. Now, does he creep you out in that movie, or does he creep you out all of the time, like Jeff Daniels himself? I've always been a fan of Jeff Daniels as an actor personally, but I like Speed. I like Speed a lot. Jan de Bont, Keanu Reeves, Sandra Bullock. Simple concept, but it works. You're on a bus, can't go below 55 miles an hour. Let chaos ensue. Dennis Hopper in that movie is so great as a villain. He just oozes villain vibes basically. But let's see. I want to go over to Severin. Just mention what they have going on, not get too deep into it. because I think it's all really self-explanatory. So they are putting out more Russ Meyer. They have 2 new Russ Meyer films that are coming out on both Blu-ray and 4K. We have Russ Meyer's Up, and we have Russ Meyer's Motorpsycho, and you can get them on both 4K, you can get them on Blu-ray. And then there's a third film here called The Pickup, which is a 2-disc exclusive Blu-ray. So yeah, I just wanted to mention those really quickly. I don't know anything about them. I know very little about Russ Meyer, other than the fact that his movies, well, like I mentioned before, when we talked about Russ Meyer getting like his movies Vixen and Super Vixens, when those got releases, his movies have kind of not really seen, any type of restoration or remastering work for many decades because, I believe his estate just wouldn't let people get at them. Essentially, the fact that they let Severin go in and do and have access to them is a win in and of itself. Let alone the fact that we're getting Blu-rays, we're getting 4Ks of them. Yeah, these films obviously they're sexploitation films, they're graphic, all this kind of stuff. I mean, these are like sleazy B movies of their time. I mean, they are what they are. They are what they are. They're for a very specific type of viewer, very specific type of of movie viewer and things like that. Uh, yeah, yeah, it's sex and violence. Um, yeah, these films are wild. So you've got 2-disc edition. That's a 4K UHD. It's got the film and special features. Blu-ray, which is the film and special features, and there's how much? I mean, I don't know how much you can do in terms of special features here, but audio commentary with film historian Elizabeth Purcell, No Fairy Tale, this interview with actress Raven Delacroix, and this is for the movie Up. This is for the movie Up. And then let me quickly go over Motorpsycho. Motorpsycho has 2 discs as well, and it's got an audio commentary with film historian Elizabeth Purcell and filmmaker Zach Clark. Desert Rats on Honda's interview with actors Haji and Alex Rocco. Sorry. Yeah. So that is those 2 Russ Meyer films. And then we have The Pickup, which is director Lee Frost and producer Wes Bishop were Los Angeles exploitation team supreme. That's from DVD Talk. The worldwide Blu-ray premiere plus web store exclusive bonus disc. So Sirens on the Road, Post-Noir Visions, and Beatnik Glory in The Pickup, video essay by filmmaker Stephen Broomer. Our buddy Stephen Broomer. Yeah, nice. And there's a photo gallery here with commentary from Something Weird Videos, Mike Vraney, and exploitation legend David F. Friedman. And then disc 2 is the exclusive where it has an audio commentary with director Ted Bonnet and Severin Films' David Gregory. Archival audio commentary with exploitation legends David F. Friedman and Dan Sani. And then archival commentary with director Ted Bonnet and writer Eddie Muller. Good gracious. Awesome. Awesome. And this is the movie The Pickup. And this is like this was a movie that was thought lost for decades. Apparently, they recently discovered the original camera negative in a vault in Paris, and it can now be seen restored and uncut for the first time. When 2 bagmen for the LA syndicate are robbed of $1 million in Las Vegas mob money by a sexy pair of con artists, it'll trigger a desperate frenzy of carnal violence and brutal vengeance. I'm fascinated by this. I'm very fascinated by this. Okay, so that is from Severin. Let me check my notes to see if anything else before we get into Vinegar Syndrome. I think that's about it. Yep. Okay, let's go over to Vinegar Syndrome now. Vinegar Syndrome, like I said, dropped their announcements on February 1st. These are their February releases. And They had 6 from Vinegar Syndrome, and I believe 17 from their partner labels. So let's run these down. Let's run down the Vinegar Syndrome ones first, get into a couple of them here, and then we'll move on to the partner labels, which for me is always where you find the really, really great stuff. So we've got coming on 4K UHD, The Possession of Joel Delaney. We've got a Blu-ray release of The Carpenter, a Blu-ray release of White Cannibal Queen, and we've got a Blu-ray release of The Mansion of Madness. This is a Vinegar Syndrome Labs release. And then Cinematograph has 2 releases. They have Female Perversions and Joy of Sex. So let's get into the Cinematograph releases because this is one of their lines that I love a lot. And I've got some Cinematograph releases around me. Ones that I picked up recently. I guess I can show them off once again. I showed them off last time, but why not? While we're here, we might as well do it. So I've got, this is releases 3 and 4. I've got Going South right here. For those of you listening at home, I've got the Cinematograph release of Going South, and I've got the Cinematograph release of the Paul Schrader film Touch here as well. I also have Red Rock West as well as Little Darlings. So I've got the first 4 releases. These will actually be releases, I think 13 and 14. Let me take a gander here. Oh no, I think it's 14 and 15. My bad. I'm one off. Yes, so Joy of Sex is Cinematograph release 14, and the other one is, and Female Perversions is 15. So within a calendar year, pretty much, because I think Cinematograph release came out about a year ago. They've put out 15 releases on that line. 15 releases. So that's really cool. It's a line that I really love a lot. It's headed up by Justin La Liberty, who runs the OCN partner label releases, and he sees a lot of movies. That guy knows movies. And these are releases you can tell a lot of passion, a lot of love go into them. Typically, with a lot of these boutique labels, that's the case. It's so obvious in these releases how much passion is in them. But let's talk about Joy of Sex first. Briefly, let's talk about this movie. This is a Martha Coolidge film. This is a Martha Coolidge film that she did after Valley Girl. For those of you who've seen the movie Valley Girl. So, inspired by, let's see, let me read this. High school senior Leslie Hindenburg is convinced she's dying following a medical exam, believing she has only 6 weeks left to live. Determined to not die a virgin, Leslie sets out on a mission to lose her virginity before her presumed untimely demise. The problem is, her father, portrayed by Christopher Lloyd, of all people, is a physical ed teacher at her high school, serving as an obstacle for would-be suitors. That is, until she meets Alan Holt, a similarly virginity-afflicted teen on the same mission. So you've got these 2 different characters, these teenagers trying to lose their virginity, going about it in their own specific way. But you typically centered around this character of Leslie Hindenburg, who's a bit of a worrywart. She's a bit of a hypochondriac. She finds like a mole on her skin and she thinks it's cancerous, even though the doctor tells her it's not. And there's nothing wrong with her, really. It's all just like, psychosomatic inside her head. And she thinks she's dying, so you need to use it before you lose it, I guess the saying goes. The movie's okay. I know it doesn't have a great reputation. It's often compared to, like I said, Valley Girl, which is a much better film. Even Real Genius, I think, is a much better film. This film it's an 80s teenage sex comedy in the vein of like a National Lampoon's, if you will. A lot of sophomore, immature humor, ridiculousness, not great acting, not great dialogue in there. It's fine. I didn't like it a lot, and I didn't hate it a lot. But I wouldn't go into it thinking it's Valley Girl or thinking it's Fast Times at Ridgemont High or something like that. It's not quite on the level of those movies. It's a step below, and it's obvious when you watch the movie. And the reason being is that as a movie like Valley Girl, a movie like Fast Times at Ridgemont High, you know, when you're dealing with the lives of, young people and teenagers and they're going through the growing pains and existentialism, all this kind of stuff, those movies dig deeper into those things. This movie is just on the surface level of those things. It doesn't really dig deep on a lot of those teenage angsty things that are going on. And even though it approaches it, it doesn't quite do anything with it. It just kind of stays on the surface, unfortunately. But I don't think it's a bad movie. I mean, don't let the IMDb rating confuse you or the Letterboxd rating confuse you and thinking it's an unwatchably bad movie. It's not great, but I don't think it's terrible. Um, some special features here for this release: new audio commentary with film historian Elizabeth Purcell and film critic Katie Reif. Uh, reality as a filmmaker, a new video interview with director Martha Coolidge. That's awesome. It was all cut. A new video interview with screenwriters Kathleen Powell, Joyce Salter, and John Salter. Passionate about it. A new video interview with actress Colleen Camp. Coolidge, a video essay profile of Martha Coolidge by Alexandra Helen Nicholas. That's awesome. Once again, Alexandra Helen Nicholas is on one of these. Our friend. Grace Under Fire, a new video interview with actress Lisa Langlois. That's cool. I love new special features, by the way. New text essays by critics Mariah Gates, Kristen Lopez, and Stephanie Monahan. So Mariah Gates, I've known Mariah Gates for many, many years. She's been on Chasing Labels. I've mentioned her, I think, last episode. She is the founder of the hashtag Noirvember. She created that of Noirvember. She's a writer, critic, all this kind of stuff. Her new book is coming out, I think, at the end of this month. Her new book is coming out at the end of this month. Like I said, she's been here on Chasing Labels before. I've known her for many, many years. Definitely being someone who I've drawn a lot of inspiration from when it comes to my love of movies, my love of cinema, classic cinema, contemporary cinema, all kinds of stuff. She's great. She's absolutely great. So I'm curious what her essay is about this film, because the movie is dealing with, the sexual appetites of teenagers, in the 1980s, but it's also kind of contemporary because every generation goes through that. This kind of sexual awakening, sexual appetite awakening within their adolescent and teenage years. That's just part of life. You know what I mean? This isn't something that's shocking to people. So every generation kind of goes through that. And there's always these commonalities between the generations. And I think this movie is while not specifically commenting on that specifically, you can definitely extrapolate that to a modern lens. So the joy of sex, you can get things out of it if you dig a little deeper. The problem I have is that the movie is not really trying to dig deeper, at least in my opinion. But that's Martha Coolidge's Joy of Sex, getting a cinematograph release this month. Let's move on to another film dealing with kind of, the lives of sexual lives of people, Female Perversions, starring Tilda Swinton. This is a film that came out in 1996, directed by Susan Streitfeld, starring Tilda Swinton, Amy Madigan, Clancy Brown is in the movie a little bit, excuse me. And it's a movie that is fascinating to me. Because it's once again a movie that I had never really heard about. So, Eve Stevens, Tilda Swinton, an ambitious and successful trial lawyer in Los Angeles, is up for an appointment as a judge while juggling her proclivity for meaningless sex and her relationship with her kleptomaniac sister, Madeline, who's portrayed by Amy Madigan, as she navigates intimate relationships with both male and female partners, including a geologist, Clancy Brown, and psychiatrist Renee. Eve finds fantasy and reality converging, leading to a tense climax that will decide her personal and professional fate. It was a contender for the jury prize at the 1996 Sundance Film Festival. It's the directing debut of director and co-writer Susan Streitfeld, as well as the American film debut of Tilda Swinton. Oh, based on a 1991 psychology text, Female Perversions, The Temptations of Emma Bovary by Louise J. Kaplan. Hmm. Yeah, it's a 90s erotic drama psychological thriller. And like I said, it takes place, it centers around a woman who is independent and also trying to move her way up in the world of um being a lawyer, the law, if you will. She's up for a federal judge appointmentship. She's a hotshot lawyer. She's she's like I said, she's a rising star in that field. And the thing is she's got this kind of thing that she keeps hidden is her sexual desires, her proclivity to not only have lots of you know steamy, passionate sexual interactions with people, but she also fantasizes about them, and her fantasies are kind of meshing into her realities, where she finds herself kind of consumed by them during the day. So the film is kind of crashing these two worlds of reality and fantasy, and you can see how it's weighing on this character, and it's weighing on her personal and private life, and how personal and private lives, uh, how personal lives and public lives can converge into one. And she's got also familial issues as well. They mentioned a sister here in the synopsis. Sister is dealing with some personal things as well. And if you are someone who is uh, an older sibling or a responsible sibling, and you have a sibling who is a black sheep of the family, who is a screw up of the family, you're the one who ends up having to take care of them or having to look out for them. And that can weigh heavily on you personally. So the film deals with those things. I really like this movie a lot. It's an interesting expose of a lot of themes, a lot of interesting themes. And Tilda Swinton is a phenomenal actress. She is amazing. If you've seen any of her work over the last 30 years, you know what I'm saying. And she's kind of done it all, really. So yeah, it's a Tilda Swinton role I had never seen before, and it's really good. Um, yeah, so let's get into some of the special features here. New audio commentary by film critic and historian Alexandra Heller Nicholas, coming back around, a new video interview with director and co-writer Susan Streitfeld. Coming back over, no, a real story, a new video interview with co-writer Julia Hybert. Ahead of its time, a new video interview with cinematographer Teresa Medina. Jumping Through Hoops, a new video interview with actress Karen Silas. The Soul of a Film, a new video interview with actress Frances Fisher. No Egos, a video conference with actress Dale Sugar. New text essays by film critic Kate Hagen. I think I know who Kate Hagen is. Essayist Philippa Snow and culture writer Madeline Sutton. Cool. Yet again, looks like another solid release from Cinematograph. So that's the two Cinematograph releases of Joy of Sex and Female Perversions. Quickly here, let's go over a couple of these other ones so we can move on to the partner labels, because there's a lot of those to go through. But let's get to some comments first. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, Acres of Movie says, hold on, I'm scrolling back up here. Long Kiss Goodnight. Yep. Acres of Movie asks, Brady Corbett or Villeneuve for Logan's Run new movie? Villeneuve. In my opinion. His body of work is quite extraordinary if you go and look at it. And he could nail that futurist. I mean, Blade Runner 2049. He already nailed the future, in my opinion. Let's see. Acres of Movies also asks, psyched for career opportunities, Long Kiss Goodnight, FX, etc. Acres of Movie says he creeps me out 24/7. I guess talking about Jeff Bridges. Okay, some actors and actresses can do that to people. I wish Jeff Bridges and Dennis Quaid would replace him. I wish Jeff Bridges and Dennis Quaid would replace him in everything. Okay. Um, and then Acres of Movie says, as a female football fan and movie fan, wish he would shut up about the '90s Lions. He bashes them and acts like they are so great now. '90s Lions legends hate him. As a woman, he creeps me out. Interesting. I didn't know that they come. I didn't know. Oh, yeah, okay. I didn't know that he commented so much on the Lions. And then, the Lions were bad for a very long time and are now good. So people talking about them from back in the day. I'll tell you, '90s Lions had Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders is one of the greatest running backs of all time. For those of you who are not even football fans, just go watch Barry Sanders' career highlights. There was one game he played my New England Patriots where he had one of the most epic runs you've ever seen in a football game ever. Um, yeah, I've seen that highlight a million times. But Acres of Movies also says Dennis Quaid in Arachnophobia uh, is better or Bridges. I've actually never seen Arachnophobia. Never seen Arachnophobia. I've known about that movie forever. Never seen it. Let's see. Um, it is 1980. Acres of Movie says it is 1987. You are your age now. You run a studio. Okay. Do you hire Peter Hyams or Peter Yates or Paul Verhoeven for a Thundercats movie? They will accept regardless if they want to do that. Paul Verhoeven. Easy. I mean, it's not the logical choice. I think the safer choice would be Peter Hyams or Peter Yates, but a Paul Verhoeven Thundercats movie, I would love to see what that would look like. That would be mind-boggling, especially in the '80s. Oh my goodness, I couldn't imagine. Um, and then Acres of Movies asked, would you cast Mikey Madison as Tackerberry's daughter and have Gutenberg be the new police boss? I don't know what's that referring to. Um, but I would cast Mikey Madison in anything at this right now. I'm just curious what she's going to do next. I think I remember recently they said that she's going to be in a movie, and I can't remember what it is, but I'm curious what this kind of awards Oscar run is going to do for her career in terms of opportunities and what she's going to choose as a result of that. Um, yeah. Acres of Movies, Joy of Sex, often on the movie channel. Didn't know that. Um, top four Acres of Movies. That's top four Robert Altman movies that you have seen. Wow. Let me see. Bob Altman. Let's see. Robert Altman. I've got to look at his filmography quickly because I've got a few in my head, but I want to make sure I don't miss out on something that's obvious. Let's see. So Robert Altman. Let's see. I think number one for me, maybe The Player. I think The Player is very good. And I think The Player gets more relevant over time. So we got The Player, Three Women, The Long Goodbye, and McCabe and Mrs. Miller. That's what I'm going with. Yeah. What did I say? The Player, Three Women, The Long Goodbye, and McCabe and Mrs. Miller. That's for Robert Altman for me. And then we've got what is Morricone's best on-screen cinema visual and sound combined music score moment? Anything he did with Sergio Leone. They're all amazing. I know that's a cop-out, but they're all amazing. Would you like to do, let's see, Acres of Movies, would you like to do the overlooked performances Oscars? Each person chooses movies or performances that were not nominated. I don't know, perhaps. Let's see. And then it says, Acres of Movies asks, call Billy Joel Call Billy Joel biopic The Piano Man. That makes sense. Robert Downey Jr. for the role and CGI de-aged him, or have Emery Cohen play him in younger years. You know what? Go with Emery Cohen playing him in younger years. Why not? The de-aging stuff is kind of old hat right now, and it's not really working so well. Let's see. Acres of movie says Terry Semmel of WB tells me Dirty Harry 6 would have been called A Murder a Day with Anthony. Would be called A Murder a Day with Anthony Hopkins as a killer randomly killing someone different every day. Part 7 would have been called Vigilante Mass. Interesting. I'm curious why they never did any more Dirty Harry films. It's not like Clint Eastwood had retired or anything. Maybe he just didn't want to play the role anymore. I don't know. Acres of Movies says that would have had Bruce Willis as a former partner gone mad and vigilante mobs taking over Oakland and San Francisco. He made Bridges of Madison County an absolute power instead. Well, that's what happened with that. And then lastly here, Verhoeven, Makers of Movies agrees. Verhoeven Thundercats, yes, it should have occurred. I agree. I concur. Paul Verhoeven Thundercats movie. We could still make it happen. Verhoeven could still make it happen. Let's see, where was I? Yes, I was over on Vinegar Syndrome's website, and we were looking at their releases. So let's take a look at the Mansion of Madness. This is their VSL release, or their Vinegar Syndrome Labs release. This is a wild movie. This movie is wild. It's directed by Juan Lopez Moctezuma. Journalist Gaston Leblanc travels deep into the woods of France in order to investigate a mental institution run by the famed Dr. Millard, who purports to have developed an experimental form of treatment for his patients, which he deems to be more soothing. Once Gaston and his entourage arrive just outside the institution walls, they are immediately greeted by a hostile display from the guards. Being the only one allowed inside, Gaston meets with Dr. Millard, who gives him a tour of the facility and explains his new treatment methods, seemingly allowing the patients to roam the grounds freely and engage in their own delusions. Gaston is also introduced to Dr. Millard's beautiful niece, Eugenie, uh, who who he is warned is more dangerous than she appears. Gaston spends more time in the institution and becomes wary of Dr. Millard's intentions as the patients engage in an almost cult-like worship of him, and soon Gaston begins to question what is actually taking place inside the sanatorium walls. You can imagine it's a bit chaotic in there. It is a psychiatric institution in like the middle of the woods. It's like in the middle of the woods, the worst place to have that type of place to be situated. It's isolated from the rest of the world, so there's no oversight of it at all. You can imagine the chaos that's going on in this movie. This movie is very much in the vein. It's loosely based on the Edgar Allan Poe short story, The System of Dr. Tar and Professor Feather. It's like gothic horror. If you throw in a little like Werner Herzog, Alejandro Jodorowsky's El Topo, um, it's that type of weirdness in this movie. Like it's just weird stuff going on. Um, yeah, it's even got like a Mad Cat Madness of like a Terry Gilliam film on steroids at times. It's unhinged film. But what we got here for special features for this unhinged madness? Um, Newly scanned and restored in 4K from its 35mm original camera negative, presented in both its original English language soundtrack and its Spanish language dub track with newly translated English subtitles. Commentary track with Mexican film historian and author Francisco Paredo, Surrealist Experiment, an interview with actress Ellen Sherman, Room for Play, an interview with production designer Gabriel Wise Carrington, Art in 24 frames per second, an interview with Alessandro Moctezuma, daughter of the director Juan Lopez Moctezuma, Alucardo's Portrait of a Vampire, and which runs 89 minutes, a feature-length documentary from 2011 on director Juan Lopez Moctezuma, directed by Ulysses Guzman. Wow, that's an entire other feature film in this release. Holy heck. Um, fantastic, fantastic package here, really, for a wild, wild film. Working backwards here. So White Cannibal Queen. I don't need to say too much about it, other than it is a Jess Franco cannibal film. So it's a Jesus Franco cannibal film. You can imagine the craziness that ensues within it. It is available to stream on Tubi right now. Um, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Everybody gets a Jess Franco film. Everybody gets a Jess Franco film. Jess Franco has had movies released by Severin, Vinegar Syndrome, Kino has gotten in the game when it comes to Jess Franco. So everybody gets a Jess Franco film, apparently. Um, so let's see. Yeah, so everyone gets a Jess Franco film. White Cannibal Queen is his cannibal film. We've got newly scanned, restored in 2K from its 35 millimeter original camera negative, presented in both its original Italian language soundtrack and newly translated English subtitles. Uh, Commentary track with film historians Eugenio Arcolani and Troy Haworth. Jungle Holocaust, an interview with actor Antonio Mayans. Sardonic Cannibals, an interview with Stephen Thrower, author of Murderous Passions, The Delirious Cinema of Jess Franco. European Cannibals, an interview with film historian Eugenio Ercolani. Meat Market, an interview with film historian Alessio Di Rocco. So that is that. Um, The Carpenter is a really um, fun kind of. Is it a 90s? 1988. Came out in 1988. Uh, Starring Wings Hauser as the carpenter. And what happens is this woman, after leaving a mental hospital, she moves to a brand new home with her husband, and it's getting renovations done to it. It's getting renovations done to it, and but at night there's this carpenter who is seemingly working overnight and doing work on it, and nobody kind of knows who he is. Like the workers during the day think it's like a scab that's coming in and stealing work from them. Lo and behold, apparently a carpenter was uh, put to death like several years ago who was working on this house, and come to find out it's his spirit now back from now back from the dead. And this woman who this woman who is living there now and him strike up this kind of relationship, if you will. He becomes like her protector. Um, and the movie also gets like super violent and stuff. Like people like attack her and he attacks them. Anybody who like messes with her, he violently kills them. It's one of those types of thing. And the carpenter is portrayed by Wings Hauser. But what we got here for special features is newly scanned and restored in 2K from from a 35 millimeter release print commentary track with director David Wellington and writer Doug Taylor, commentary track with William Morris and John Dixon of the Oscar Bait Film Collective and podcast Aggressively itself, a making of documentary feature featuring interviews with cast and crew, tools to play with, and interview with actor Wings Hauser. Um, yeah, it's a fun little kind of like late 80s slasher film, if you will. And last here is The Possession of Joel Delaney. This is a movie that you can guess it's about a possession. Came out in 1972, starring Shirley MacLaine. That's what made me so fascinated about it. Is Shirley MacLaine is in the movie, and she is this like high class and wealthy woman who has this brother who is kind of the opposite. He is um kind of a hippie type of dude, kind of a slacker guy. Um and he basically she has to look after him from time to time if he gets into trouble and whatnot. But he ends up his behavior starts changing though. Like all of a sudden he like initially he gets arrested for like attacking someone. And then she rushes to see him and he's acting all crazy and violent. And she's like, "Oh, that's not my brother doesn't act like that. He's not like that. He's not that type of person." And then she catches him like speaking in Spanish, but he doesn't speak Spanish. Then they catch him, and then she catches him like talking to himself out loud, and she thinks he's talking to someone, but there's no one around. So a bunch of like mysterious, disturbing things keep happening, and it keeps building and building, and she kind of unravels what's going on, and turns out he's being possessed. I mean, not a big spoiler with the title of the movie, but I'll let you all decide if you want to see it or not. This is a 2-disc set, 4K UHD release. 4K UHD presented in Dolby Vision high dynamic range, newly scanned and restored in 4K from its 35mm original camera negative. Commentary track with film historian and author Sam Deegan. That's cool. The Believer, an interview with director Waris Hussein. A Twin Spirits author and film historian Kelly Goodner on the adaptation from book to film. Hex and the City, the locations of possession of Joel Delaney. Yeah, that is that. So let's move now to the partner label area. Let's go through a few of these. Like I said, there were 17 of these. I was able to watch a good portion of them, but we're not going to spend too much time here because we're already past the 3-hour mark. So some comments here we'll go through a little bit. Let's see. Acres of Movies. I've discussed with Michael Tolkien him doing The Player as a streaming series, but he won't budge on some strange ideas. His book for The Player was far less good than the movie. I think I follow his daughter on Twitter, actually. Coincidentally. Really fun show to learn about new movies being released on home media. Awesome, thanks. Oh, you're welcome. That was Acres of Movies. Acres of Movies said, would you rather see a modern noir called Key to the City about a ruthless man that kills and robs to get ahead as a city leader, or episode crew, a group of robbers infiltrate a TV show and studio for heist? I think I'm gonna go with the second one. Yeah. The infiltration of a studio for a heist. Kind of gives an Ocean's 11 vibe. I like that. Should Acres of Movies ask, should Nathan Hayes' pirate movie get new edition from what label? Also, Rossum's Universal Robots was a great famous play that made concept of robots in sci-fi. Alex Proyas is making a film of that now. Oh, I'm glad to see Alex Proyas is still working. I've been thinking of The Crow last year a lot because The Crow got a 4K re-release. And I still need to get it for my collection because it looks so much better than the old Blu-ray. I'm not sure. What's the Nathan Hayes pirate movies? Let me know what that is. Let's see. More from Acres of Movies. Which movie sounds better? Home economic trouble students and troubled teacher on a DC field trip must thwart a heist at the Smithsonian, or Rat Stereo, a perceived snitch must prove he's not a snitch and stay alive and protect his brother that is the snitch and a crazy killer, but the main character needs that person's kidney to survive. That sounds wild. Go with that one. That sounds absurd. Go with that one. Yeah, that sounds like a mix of like The Departed meets some of the crazy stuff. But let's get into the partner label stuff before this goes super long. So let's run down these partner label releases. Like I said, there's a lot of them. IFC Films put out 444 Last Day on Earth. That's the Abel Ferrer film. Factory 25 put out Amateur on Plastic. That's a documentary. IFC Films put out Autoerotic. That's a Joe Swanberg, Adam Wingard film. VHS Hit Fest, Deadly Obsession, the films of Bill Reeves. Yellow Veil Pictures put out In Flames. Film Movement put out Her Body. ETR Media put out a documentary called Here Comes a New Challenger Championship Edition. Our friends over at Canadian International Pictures put out a documentary called Hookers on Davie. Film Movement Classics put out a movie called Marpansula. Utopia put out a movie called Not an Artist. Cartoona put out Nova Seed. Saturn's Core put out a movie called Rot. Big World Pictures has a double feature of Scarred Hearts and Uppercase Print. Shutter, the streaming service, put out The Strings. Decanalog put out a movie called Thunder. And then Film Movie Classics is a double feature of The Two Faces of Te Kato, which is a double feature of I the Executioner and the movie called By a Man's Face Shall You Know Him. Both of those movies have been released by Radiance Films already. And then last but certainly not least here, Film Movement Classics has put out a movie called Vive l'Amour. Okay, so I was able to watch a few of these, and I'll go over the ones I did, and then we'll wrap things up here. So, Vive l'Amour. Let's go backwards here. Vive l'Amour, put out by Film Movement Classics, is an incredibly interesting film about loneliness, isolation, existentialism, done in an incredibly reserved, quiet, introspective way via a plot line where there's not really a plot in the movie, really. These So this is a sophomore feature film from the director Ming Lang, who did Rebels of the Neon God, which is a great film, as well as Goodbye Dragon Inn. Finds the acclaimed master of Taiwan's second new wave demonstrating a confident new cinematic voice. Vive l'Amour follows three characters unknowingly sharing a supposedly empty Taipei apartment. So what you have here is an empty, unrented apartment, and you have these three characters: a beautiful realtor, Maylin, who brings her lover, who is the second character, Ah Zheng, to a vacant unit she has on the market, unaware that it is secretly being occupied by the suicide funeral salesman Xiao Kang. The three cross paths in a series of precisely staged tragicomic erotic encounters, but despite their physical proximity, they find themselves no closer to a personal connection. This movie is about people who are incredibly lonely while being surrounded by people. Like, they live lives surrounded by people. Like, they go to stores, they have jobs, etc., but they are incredibly lonely. And they all find some type of refuse or some type of connection, not even not real connection, but they find some type of relief, I guess, from their lives inside of this apartment. Um this empty apartment, which is kind of suiting that it is an empty apartment, because the movie's about empty people living empty lives. And the movie, like I said, is so reserved. There's hardly any dialogue in the movie at all. The movie there's no real plot in the movie at all, and these people are just drifting aimless lives. Fascinating work, beautifully artistic film. Um, this is one of the best releases out of all of these films of this crop of releases from the partner labels. A shame here, there's nothing in the way of special features. Truly, it's Ming Lang on Vive l'Amour featurette, a 16-page booklet with a new essay by film critic Nick Pinkerton. That is it. For a movie of this depth, of this quality, I wish there was more to the special features package, but there is not. Truly a work of art, this film is. Um, like I said, I've seen both I the Executioner and I haven't seen By a Man's Face Shall You Know, but I've seen I the Executioner. I actually have the Radiance release right here of I the Executioner. Nope, that's the shape of. This is I the Executioner. I have I the Executioner here, and Radiance put this out, I think, sometime last year or the year before, and yeah, this is great film. This is a great film. Let me run these down really quickly for you here. So I the Executioner. As a police investigate a sudden rash of brutal murders whose victims are all women, the unscrupulous killer's murky motivations remain hauntingly elusive. A labyrinthine character study slowly unfolds, implying that the targets of these unspeakable acts may be culpable in their own shocking demise. Although director Taikato worked within the studio system mostly on genre films, his distinctly bold and somber style proved him a maverick auteur with Eye the Executioner, one of the most incendiary masterpieces. Um, it's a very bleak, dark film with very harsh cinematography. Um, and because it's a very harsh film, with a slowly methodical unfolding narrative to where things slowly become clear as to what the motivations are behind all of this death, if you will. Whether you get this release or the release by Radiance here, definitely worth a release. So I, the Executioner, the special features are Brutal Shadows, Patrick Macias video essay, Kenta Fukasaku on I, the Executioner. Is this a. Yeah, I just want to see what the special features are here. So we've got essay on the Japanese serial killer films by Jim Harper and Tom Mess. Appreciation by filmmaker Kenta Fukasaku, which that's on the this release here from the partner label. Um, and that's it. So you'll get one more special feature on here that you don't get on the release here from Film Movement Classics. Thought that was worth mentioning. But you also get a release on the Film Movement Classics release that you don't get on the Radiance release. Interesting, kind of a trade off there, kind of a trade off. But by a man's face shall you know him. World War II veteran Doctor Amamaya uh, runs a clinic in downtrodden Japanese neighborhood when an accident victim brought to him for treatment turns out to be his ethically Korean buddy. Yeah, it says ethically. Yeah, Korean buddy. He recalls the criminal strife that practically ripped their town apart and changed their lives forever just some years earlier. Right after the war, flashbacks reveal the brash and contentious Korean gang that tried to take over the local market and turned it into a red light district. While fueled by innate prejudice from the native Japanese residents, the hoodlums' ruthless methods led to unspeakably treacherous acts. As both sides' anger escalates to the brink, Dr. Amamaya takes things in his own hands to try and control the untenable conflict. Um, yeah, good film. I want to say I watched it. Let me see. Let me go to my letterbox to see if I watched that movie. Um, Let's see. It's By a Man's Face Shall You Know Him. That's a long title. That's a long title. Um, Almost too long. Oh, let's see. I don't believe I got a chance to watch it at the time. No, I did. I did. Yes, I did. I watched both of them. I tried to watch all the Radiance releases before I talk about them here on Chasing Labels because I'm going to buy them at some point anyway. So I might as well watch them now. But By a Man's Face Shall You Know Him um, has some special features. We have Old Wounds, New Faces, Patrick Macias video essay, Kanta Fukasaku on My Man's Face Shall You Know Him. And then a tribute to Sene Nakahara. That is it. So that is Film Movement Classics, Two Faces of Taikato, double feature. Let's move backwards here. Thunder. The Catalog's Thunder. So this is selling fast. There's 165 of these left in stock, the limited edition, because they only made 500 of them. So if you want this movie, buy it ASAP. And if you miss out on it, places like Diabolic and Orbit DVD will be getting their allotment probably towards the tail end of this month. So keep your eyes out there. But so far, it is still in stock here on vinegarsyndrome.com. This is my type of movie. I love art house, avant-garde, surrealist, existential art house films. This is my bag. This is my thing. So, nestled in a lush Swiss valley in the summer of 1900, 17-year-old Elizabeth is preparing to take her vows. She's becoming a nun. Uh, when she receives the devastating news about her older sister Innocente's mysterious death. Seeking answers, she returns home to a sister family, only to discover that no one will discuss the tragedy. Confused and isolated, Elizabeth reconnects with her three childhood friends, now young men, with their own cravings for truth and connection. Rapturously photographed by Marine Atlan and featuring a cast of young unknown performers, Carmen Jacquier's striking debut is an enigmatic mix of self-discovery, faith, and sensuality. Um, yeah, this is an astonishingly art house-ish film. Think of films from Michael Haneke, from Terrence Malick, Sofia Coppola's Virgin Suicides, those types of movies that are part dreamlike, art house types of films. Um, and it's really a work of art of a movie. It's a movie that doesn't provide you a lot of answers to questions, but provides you a lot of interesting notions and questions about things like um sexual oppression when it comes to young women, what that does to people, what that also does to young men, what sexual oppression does to young men as well. You have this small world, small time mindset that is steeped in religion, and organized religion can be incredibly oppressive when it comes to expression, and especially expressions of one's natural desires, especially at impressionable ages of teenage years and stuff like that. So this movie is very much delving into all of that in a very art house-ish type way. Like I said, it's giving those vibes of Virgin Suicide, Sofia Coppola's amazing debut film. Um, I really like this movie a lot. It's so sumptuously photographed, but you have to have the patience for avant-garde, for art house cinema, for films that don't rely on narrative, they rely on mood and vibe and things like that. Um, let's get into the special features here. So, Region A Blu-ray, Modern Divinity, a newly filmed interview with Carmen Jacquier, early short films by Carmen Jacquier, The Girl's Grave from 2011, At the Mermaid Parade from 2013, The River Under the Tongue 2015. There's a booklet here with filmmaker Carmen Jacquier, cinematographer Maureen Atlin, and composer Nicholas Rabeus. Those are interviews that were done that are in the booklet. But I'm very much liking this movie and this is put out by Decalogue, called Thunder. Uh, check it out if you like, if you're into that vibe. Let's see, Shutter, The Strings, I didn't get a chance to see. Big World Pictures is Sacred Hearts and uppercase print. I did not get a chance to see. Saturn's Core put out Rot. Didn't get a chance to see it, unfortunately. Cartoona put out Nova Seed, which I didn't get a chance to see. Not an artist. I didn't get a chance to see, unfortunately. And then another Film Movement Classics release, Matt Pansula, I didn't get a chance to see, so I don't have much to say about them. If you want to check out more about what's going on with those films, go to vinegarsyndrome.com. But I did get a chance to see this release of Canadian International Pictures, Hookers on Davie. This is a 4K release being put out by our friends over at Canadian International Pictures. This is one of not only the most important documentaries, I think, in all of Canadian film history, considering what is going on in the world right now in the United States. This is one of the most important documentaries, I think, that needs to be seen because of its subject matter, but also because of how contemporary it is, which is shockingly contemporary because it came out in 1984. And the movie's dealing with things not only pertaining to the time of 1984, but pertaining to now when it comes to the world of sex work, but not only sex work, but the world of trans sex work as well, and from the world of the LGBTQ plus community, which is ever in a fight for survival, ever in a fight for human dignity and human rights. And this movie is touching on that, but within the world of sex work of that time. So let me run this down here. So at the height of the 1980s, following their breakthrough documentary, P4W prison for women, filmmakers Janice Cole and Holly Dale turned their lens on Vancouver's Davie Street neighborhood, a bustling neon-soaked hub for both trans and cisgender sex workers, informally known as the prostitution capital of Canada. The result was Hookers on Davie, a landmark document combining candid interviews with a group of instantly memorable subjects and vivid location footage of their street work, surreptitiously captured with hidden cameras and indelible community portrait. The film culminates in the group's collective efforts to challenge and overcome legislative oppression. Something that is still relevant to today in the world. I'm talking specifically the United States because that's where I am located, but this is obviously looking at the Canadian viewpoint of that. Much lauded upon its release in 1984 and no less potent or engrossing 40 years later. Hookers on Davie showcases Cole and Dale's deeply humanist approach, bringing care and compassion to subjects often represented in more reductively moralistic terms. CIP is proud to present this groundbreaking classic in a new 4K restoration that confirms its place among the greatest nonfiction films ever produced in Canada. This is, I can't read all this. This is one of, if not their most stacked special features packages of any Canadian international films release that they've put out since we've been covering them here on Chasing Labels. And we've been covering them pretty much from their start, pretty much from their early start. We've had the guys who are the founders of Canadian International Pictures. We've had them here on Chasing Labels in the past. Awesome guys, putting out great work of hidden gem Canadian films from the past. It's a great documentary. I just wanted to it says Acres of Movies says that's a good documentary, and also Streetwise, which was one about Seattle, and the same thing. Yes, there are certain companion films that I would definitely partner up with Hookers on Davie. Streetwise is one of them. Thank you for mentioning that, Acres of Movies. Also, Paris is Burning, that documentary about voguing, put out by Criterion as well. That's something that I think would also pair very well with this. That came to mind while I was watching this many times. It had come out a few years later, but still within that time frame of the 1980s. This is a really great documentary. I was kind of floored by how human it is, and that humanity translates to modern times. This struggle for people not only within the sex work industry for dignity and humanity and just for normalcy, really. It is the oldest profession. I know that's an old saying, but it's a true saying. It's a true saying. And especially modern times, a lot of the things that the people within this documentary were talking about, struggling with, the fact that they had pursued this career and this profession because of needing to provide for their children, needing to provide for their families. That's a very real modern day thing. The fact that they've gone into it because they had been ostracized by their family. They had been kicked out of their families. Their families had turned their back on them. That's a very real thing that happens to this very day. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of real things happening in this documentary that are very contemporary. Truly astonishing. And this extras package, I can't read this all off because I'll be here forever. We're talking 2 audio commentaries. There's a new introduction on here. There's tons and tons of special features, tons of stuff. There's short films on here as well. Just a remarkable release. There's a new interview with the directors here, several new interviews actually. There's archival stuff here that was done at the time, like news interviews and things like that. There's a new introduction on shorts. There's a commentary on the shorts that are on this film. Truly astonishing work. Go to vinegarsyndrome.com, go to their partner labels page, look at this release, watch the trailer for this release. There's a trailer on there as well. That is Hookers on Davie, and it's not selling out fast yet. There's still over 1,000 copies left, but really, really good documentary. Like this is like a high priority release for me. Um, Couple of other comments here before we move on. I gotta add this. Favorite four Patriots besides Tom Brady ever. Thanks. That's from Acres of Movies. For those of you who don't know me, I have lived and breathed New England Patriots football for the last like 30 years of my life. um, most of my clothes are all New England Patriots regarding stuff. I've been a fan of them since I was like 10 years old. I'm now 37, going to be 38 in June. Um, I've been a fan of them for a good portion of my life. I've seen the bad, I've seen the good, and now they're bad again. I've lived and died by them. I cannot, and this is not movie related at all. I can't watch highlights from the Super Bowls they've lost because the pain hurts so badly. So top four Patriots not named Tom Brady for me. Teddy Bruschi, the linebacker Teddy Bruschi, all heart. All heart. For me, off the top of my head, yeah, like I said, Teddy Bruschi is up there. Rodney Harrison. Rodney Harrison played a brand of football. He was a safety for the Patriots. He played a brand of football that you can't play in the NFL anymore now. That brand of football is gone. It's completely gone. He would be banned from the league now. The way he played football. Um, Incredible football player. I'm trying to think of offensive players. Not a lot of come to mind. I'm more of a defensive guy. Yeah, man. I mean, Rob Gronkowski was literally, if you like kind of typed in a formula of a football player, that's kind of what it would be. You know what I mean? Like his mind just seems to be all football, nothing else. Like he's the typical jock type of guy. Rob Gronkowski, and then a fourth guy just for the heck of it. Oh man, trying to think of all the greats that have come through. Troy Brown. Troy Brown. Um, he was a wide receiver, underrated wide receiver who did a little bit of everything. He played special teams. He was a star wide receiver who could catch anything. Quick, savvy, really great. And towards the end of his career, he played defense, which was kind of wild to me. So there you go. There you go. Teddy Bruschi. What did I say? Now I'm blanking. Teddy Bruschi, Rob Gronkowski, um, Rodney Harrison, and Troy Brown, off the top of my head. And then last here is, yeah, I already mentioned that. So let's see what else we've got here on things. So, ETR Media, here comes a new challenger, Championship Edition. You can watch this on Tubi right now. It's a 2 hour and 20-minute documentary about the video game Street Fighter 2. For those of you who grew up in the 90s, Street Fighter 2 was a video game you probably played if you played video games as a kid. I had it for the Super Nintendo system. It was an arcade game first, and then it came to the console world, and then it had several spin-offs or like new additions after that. There was, of course, the Street Fighter movie. They talk about that in that documentary. This is a long and exhaustive documentary. You really have to love that game to kind of really appreciate it, because they get into kind of the nitty-gritty of the different versions and all this kind of stuff. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes long, so it is extensive. That's a really cool documentary. Film Movement put out Her Body, which is a narrative. It's a biopic, actually. It's a biopic about an Olympic diver who ended up becoming an adult actress. It's a Czech high diver, Andrea Opsalanova. She was an Olympic level athlete as a young woman, and she suffered a broken back, a broken vertebrae, which ended her hopes of being an Olympic athlete. And then she became a very a very popular adult actress. She unfortunately passed away in 2004 of brain cancer, which was of course tragic in all regards. And this movie is kind of chronicles her life, of when she was starting out as trying to be an Olympic athlete, going into the world of adult entertainment, and then of course her passing. Um, the movie, it's an okay biopic, kind of a standard biopic, unfortunately, about someone who you would want to see perhaps a little more interesting nuances of their lives be portrayed, which I think holds the movie back from being truly great. I think the acting is good in the movie. The structure is rather straightforward. It's kind of a three-act structure. It's like I just said, first act, Olympic hopeful. Second act, adult entertainment. Third act is on her, transitioning to her ultimate end of her life. Passed away at a very young age, at 27, tragically young, tragically young. Anytime, stories of cancer and things like that come up, I've chronicled my life dealing with cancer and things like that. Um, it's a very, personal subject for me because it's been very much part of my life from the very early on in my life. Having childhood cancer really stays with you for the rest of your life. Um, if you are fortunate, of course, if you are fortunate enough to survive it and whatnot. So it's something that always constantly haunts me. So anytime it comes up in movies or TV, it's always a very personal thing. Um, but back to this movie. Yeah, this is a Czech film, I believe. Yes, it is. It's a Czech film. Came out in 2023, so rather contemporary. The only special feature here is a music video, including deleted scenes. That's it. What? That's very unfortunate. It's called Her Body, put out by Film Movement. Um, let's see. Moving on from there, I didn't get to see In Flames, the Yellow Veil Pictures release, um, which is unfortunate because I love what Yellow Veil Pictures does. They put out really good films. Deadly Cut, the VHS Hit Fest. We've had the guy from VHS Hit Fest come on Chasing Labels at some point and talk about what he's doing over there with this kind of like shot on video type of stuff. And this is probably as underground as he's been putting out. It's called Deadly Obsession, the films of Bill Reeves. You can't find these films to add them to your watch list on Letterboxd. You can't find this guy on IMDb. At least I couldn't. So this is super underground stuff. The films of Bill Reeves. So Bill Reeves is the self-proclaimed Ed Wood of VHS, but that is underselling his greatness. Bill is an SOV auteur who directed, wrote, edited, and starred in 10 movies over 3 decades. He tackled everything from the horror genre to slapstick comedy to documentary. None of the movies got distribution outside of his hometown of Lebanon, Indiana, and because of that, were impossible to see and pretty much lost in storage. VHS Hitfest is so happy to present this collection of outsider art from an unsung legend of homegrown filmmaking that deserves to finally have some recognition. And um, you get the films here. It's a 2-disc Blu-ray set. The films are The Card Game, Who Shot Mean BR, Deadly Obsession, The Gut Wrencher, The Crown Jewel of Indonesia, Trail of Terror, Terminal Targets, Ghost and Angel Stories from Around the World, Ghost Stories from Indonesia. I couldn't find any of them. I couldn't find them to watch. I couldn't find them to log on my watch list on Letterboxd or IMDb. But you get an audio commentary with Bill Reeves on all the films, audio commentary with Bill Reeves and actor Jack Dotson on Deadly Obsession, and new interview with Bill Reeves. So, hey, this is some undiscovered stuff, which is kind of what all of this boutique label world stuff is about discovering undiscovered things. Let's see. Uh, yeah, let's move on from there to so I watched these last 3 films. I can talk about these. So let me check some comments first. So because I saw one here. Let's see. Acres of Movie says, cool. Mine would be Grogan, Troy Brown, Vinatieri, and Ramondre Stevenson. Interesting you put Ramondre in there already. Steve Grogan, now that's a callback. That's a callback for young football fans. He was a quarterback for the Patriots in the 80s. Troy Brown, Vinatieri, the hero. He's forever a hero in New England. He's forever a hero in New England Patriots football history. Um, yeah, if I've said this for many, many, many years, if you win a championship on the profession in the professional world in Boston, in New England, you are a hero and a legend forever. That's how serious it is here. Boston is kind of like the epicenter of the of the sporting world in New England. Um, that's where it's at its most powerful. And then as you spread out, it gets kind of weaker and weaker. I live an hour south of Boston, so it's not as strong here, but it's still pretty powerful. But man, you go to Boston, it is very real. Um, it's very real. That is all fascinating. I find that fascinating. Sports culture and and history of sports is very fascinating subject to me because it's so ingrained within our society, specifically in the big sports areas of this country. And you see it on several levels. You see it everywhere from high school to all the way up to professional levels. The impact that has on people's lives, and the impact that it has on people's culture and people's history and the histories of geographical areas, it's pronounced. They must make documentaries about this. They have to. They have to. But Acres of Movies also says Glenn Powell should play Guile on Street Fighter movie. He's got the look. He's got the look. We saw him play an Air Force guy in the oh goodness Top Gun and Top Gun. Um, should Anthony Ramos play Vega if he can do the flips and use the stabbing glove? Why not? Jonathan Majors for Balrog role? You mean, yeah, why not? I mean, he's a little persona non grata right now. Although I've heard grumblings of him making a comeback. That inevitably happens in Hollywood. People who commit certain transgressions, do certain things, whatever, and they seemingly get kicked out of things. They eventually work their way back in some way. We've seen that happen all the time. Heck, Mel Gibson just had a movie come out in the theater this month. You know what I mean? It's what happens. It happens. And I've heard Jonathan Majors' movie that he was in before all this went down is getting a release now. And there was even a rumor that he may come back to the Marvel movies. So whatever the case may be, sure, why not? Wyatt Russell as Blanca? Okay. Let's see. Acres of Movie says you get control of Where's Waldo movie development. Would you call Wes Anderson or Spielberg? I want that movie so bad. Wes Anderson. Wes Anderson. If you've seen some of the way his characters are dressed, they're dressed like Where's Waldo. If you look at not the Royal Tenenbaums, but the other film, Steve Zissou. Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou. They're all kind of dressed like Where's Waldo in that. They've got the hats, they've got the suspenders, they got the clothes. That makes sense. You need that quirky weirdness of a Wes Anderson film. Spielberg doesn't quite have that, at least not quite anymore, that I can see. Spielberg's also making different kinds of movies now. He's not the old Spielberg that we remember. Still great though. Like his movies are still technically like flawless films. Like I think about West Side Story and how technically flawless that movie is. The cinematography and the choreography of that movie is mind-bogglingly perfect. Yeah, so Acres of Movies also says excitement level for upcoming releases: 1, summer rental; 2, FX box set; Long Kiss Goodnight as well. Career opportunities: would like Whaley and Connolly for features. Yeah, I don't know what Frank Whaley's doing. I know Jennifer Connelly obviously is still active as an actress. Also, I don't know what Kino's budget is for special features. When it comes to new special features from Kino, I think we've typically seen that they're able to afford new commentaries by the various people who are doing them. You see a lot of the same people because I'm assuming they're available, they're affordable, they do good work, all that stuff. They don't typically get new stuff from people who are in the movies. That would probably, cost more money and whatnot, and logistics and things like that, I'm assuming play a factor into it. Another comment by Acres of Movies. Paul Rudd Waldo, maybe, and then he goes to Waldo Land through a portal. Marshawn Lynch, Ke Huy Quan, Steve Carell, millions of Waldos, all Rudd Waldo travel through time with Rachel McAdams as Willa. Why not? Why not? That sounds incredible. Um, Interesting that you mentioned Ke Huy Quan. He just got his handprints put on the Chinese the Grauman's Chinese cinema, on the walkway there. Um, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Uh, all of his his Goonies, um, the Goonies cast, the people he was in the Goonies with showed up. Many of them showed up, like Sean Astin and Corey Feldman and things like that. It looked really awesome. Um, Good for him. Good. I'm glad that he's making a little bit of a comeback. I mean, he's been working for years. Yeah, he's been doing like stunt coordination and stuff like that. But it's good to see him in front of the camera. Then Acres of Movies goes Anthony Hopkins as wizard and villain wears yellow and black. That outlaw, maybe Killian Murphy, could be. Um, I don't know. Yeah, so Where's Waldo was big when I was a kid. I loved those books when I was a kid. I could almost never find Waldo, coincidentally. Um, I would love to get some of those books from my collection just to have them. Um, a little nostalgia trip there. But it's very interesting. I don't know. I feel like they would make an animated Where's Waldo movie. That feels like the way that they would go. I feel like that would be more profitable for them, and that would make more sense. Oh, let's see what what do we got here. So, Autoerotic is like I said, a Joe Swanberg and Adam Wingard film. So Adam Wingard now is like an A-list director. He directs big time, big budget movies now. Like he's the man, or he's one of the guys. He just directed Godzilla vs Kong, and he directed Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire. So he directed like the last two Godzilla films. Like he's so far away from what the stuff he used to do that it's kind of amazing. Like he started out doing like low budgeted indie work. Like Autoerotic is a low budgeted indie film from 2011. And then he did works like horror films like You're Next, which is really good. He did a segment in VHS. He did a segment in ABCs of Death. He did that movie The Guest, which is really good. Um, and then he did like I think he did one of the episodes of the TV series Outcast. He directed a Blair Witch movie. The Death Note movie for Netflix is terrible. That's unforgettable. It's not good. But then he did Godzilla vs Kong, and then he did Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire. So he's graduated immensely now to doing gigantic tentpole movies. Um, but this film, going back to Autoerotic, this is a film about four couples who are dealing with like certain sexual situations here. So Joe Swanberg and Adam Wingard's Autoerotic follows our four interconnected Chicago couples as they explore the boundaries of self-pleasure and sexual exploration. Hence the title of the movie, Autoerotic. Through a unique blend of outrageous comedy and in-your-face sex, Autoerotic insightfully illuminates the private sexual lives of Americans' urbanites. Kind of. It kind of pushes things to absurdist boundaries, but it does hit on some truths. Some truths about like sexual insecurities, sexual exploration, trying to, sexually spice up one's uh relationship, things like that. But each of them kind of do things that are weird and outside of the box to kind of just be sexually provocative, I think, for the sake of being sexually provocative, in almost a over the top black comedy type of way at times. So you've got like these kind of four vignettes, if you will, kind of these 20-minute vignettes, because this movie only runs 72 minutes long. So obviously, there's four segments, 72 divided by 4, you can do the math on that, whatever it may be. So it's rather short, segments, if you will, and they all take place within like the Chicago world. This in Chicago, there's not much crossover between them. I don't think there's any crossover between them. But it's starring Amy Seimetz, Lane Hughes, Megan Mercier, Caitlin, Joe Swanberg is in one of them. Adam Wingard is in one of them. Ty West is in the film as well. Ty West was in that world as well. You had Joe Swanberg, Adam Wingard, and Ty West are all from this kind of late era indie mumblecore filmmaking world that have now gone on to do kind of bigger films. Definitely Ty West with X and Pearl and Maxine. Adam Wingard, I just mentioned the two Godzilla films he just made. Yeah, and Joe Swanberg's kind of, I think, remained relatively small, um, if you will. I think he's still in the indie world. I remember his film a few years ago, Drinking Buddies, which had no screenplay whatsoever and was all improv. That was interesting. Yeah, let's see, director. I'm on his IMDb. Yeah, it's relatively. Yeah, he's still relatively within the indie world, doing some TV stuff and things like that. Mostly doing some acting too. So yeah, that's autoerotic. Special features here: new commentary by directors and co-writers Joe Swanberg and Adam Wingard. Swedish Blue Balls, a 2008 short film directed by Joe Swanberg and Kent Osborne. Booklet with new essay by film professor Whitney Strub. Strub? Anywho, we've got Amateur on Plastic. This is a documentary about Butch Willis as a Washington, D.C. rock legend. Raised in the 1960s suburban Maryland, Byron Henry Butch Willis came of age in the late 70s post-hippie subculture. After sharing an apartment with infamous local music icon Root Boy Slim, Butch was inspired to become a rock and roll star himself. The unique and unusual brand of outsider music that Butch Willis and the Rocks created captivated the local music scene, beginning with their appearance at the seminal Primitive Night in 1984. So what you got here is kind of this loose documentary, runs about 73 minutes long, about this guy, Butch Willis, who was like a local rock legend in the Washington, D.C. era in the 1980s. And he had kind of a super small career that kind of flamed out, but he had a unique like vibe to him. He had a unique sound, if you will, which he dubbed like outsider music. Like it was kind of rock, kind of rockabilly, kind of spoken word, if you will. It was, unpolished, amateurish, interesting. Yeah, the documentary itself is okay. It's kind of all over the place. There's not really a structure or a narrative to it. It's mostly just clips of like interviews that he did on like local like news shows and local public access stuff, clips of them performing. There's a little narrative over some of them, with people giving us some type of context of things. It's kind of all over the place, really. It is. Some special features on here, a lot of compilations of performances. There's a live performance at like some club in 1985. Things like that. Interview outtakes, certain things like that. That is Amateur on Plastic, put out by Factory 25. And then last but certainly not least here, IFC Films is putting out 4:44, which is I guess 4 o'clock and 44-minute mark, Last Day on Earth, starring Willem Dafoe, directed by Abel Ferreira. And this is an end of the world movie. It's an end of the world movie starring Willem Dafoe. Very low budget, very lo-fi type of movie where it's basically just Willem Dafoe and I think Shannon Lee and this couple, then they're in their apartment kind of living out the last day of humanity. What is happening is the ozone layer is going to evaporate and people are going to die. It's a whole a global warming has finally fulfilled, come to fruition, if you will, and the world is going to end. So in a large apartment high above the city lives our couple. They're in love. She's a painter. He's a successful actor. Just a normal afternoon, except that this isn't a normal afternoon for them or anyone else, because tomorrow at 4:44 a.m., give or take a few seconds, the world will come to an end. far more rapidly than the worst doomsayer could have imagined. The full meltdown will come, not without warning, but with no means of escape. There will be no survivors. Um, so what you get here is an existential end of the world movie done from the prism of Abel Ferrara. If you know Abel Ferrara's work, um, you kind of get the vibes here. Kind of dark, kind of nihilistic, kind of depressing. Willem Dafoe is great because he's great in everything. Um, Abel Ferrara is a unique director who I'm a bit of a fan of. He directed. I have an Abel. I don't have an Abel Ferrara section, or do I? I don't think I do. No, but I have several of his movies. A Bad Lieutenant, King of New York. Um, he also directed that Pasolini film starring Willem Dafoe from a few years ago. I mentioned that several times. Um, let's see. Looking at here. Yeah, I'm looking in the right place. I thought I was looking at the wrong guy. No, he directed what's that? Yeah, there's King of New York, Bad Lieutenant, Body Snatchers, Dangerous Game, The Addiction. The Addiction has a Blu-ray release by Arrow, actually. Dangerous Game just got, I think, a Cinematograph release. Yeah, I think it just got a Cinematograph release. Um, hold on, let me look. Yes, it did. So, yeah, so you know who, yeah, so just to give you a sense of who Abel Ferrara is, he directed that movie Driller Killer from 1979 as well, that horror film. A lot of people like that. Um, but yeah, unique director, unique individual. And this movie is rather unique, but also kind of low key. Um, not a lot going on in it. And while I was watching the movie, I also felt like I don't if he was trying to ground the movie in reality, it didn't feel that way. The way the people act, the way everyone else is acting in the movie, like in the world in which they live in, I don't think people would act the way they did. Almost nonchalantly. Like if the end of the world was happening and you had like a day to live, I feel like there would be more madcap, unhinged craziness going on. You know what I mean? Especially since they're in like a city. I think it's New York. They're in a city. I would assume more things would be happening. Um, but yeah, the movie kind of drifts from scene to scene. Doesn't really quite have a plot. It's mostly all vibes and energy from Willem Dafoe and Shannon Lee. At one point, Natasha Lyonne is in the movie. Like he goes and visited some like I don't know if it's his friend or his brother or something, and Natasha Lyonne is there, and they have conversations that are kind of meaningless. I don't know. The movie is kind of all over the place, uh, but it is an Abel Ferrara film. It is Willem Dafoe. If you like Willem Dafoe and you're a completist for Abel Ferrara, if you're a completist for Willem Dafoe, give it a watch. Um, yeah, that is 444 Last Day on Earth. Uh, that is it for me as well. Um, let's go over these comments here and then we'll head out because it's hitting the 4 hour mark. Let's see. Acres of Movie says the movie could maybe be full quadrant hit, tap into the wanderlust and fun in everyone. And the spirit of Waldo is fun, and traveling through busy scenes would be fun to see him in the scenes. Yeah, you know what? I'm for some reason I'm getting a Willy Wonka vibe from it, like that type of vibe. I don't know why, even a Tim Burtonish type of vibe. That's what I'm getting from it. Um, but like old school wacky Tim Burton, like Pee Wee's Big Adventure Tim Burton, Beetlejuice first, like that first Beetlejuice Tim Burton. That's the vibe I'm getting from a Where's Waldo film. Um, Yes, they get them. They are fun, relaxing even now. They are entertaining scenes in each picture for sure. Um, let's see, Acres of Movies, Home. Eck would be like Home Alone meets Stand and Deliver meets Olympus Has Fallen. That's a connection. Um, Rat Stereo. I was thinking like Kiss of Death meets Desperate Measures meets Copycat. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. Acres of Movies says Buster Keaton comes back to life and is 20. Jim Carrey is 30, all of a sudden and in good shape and focused. Both ready to act together should they team up for Hardy Boys action comedy or as con men. I'm thinking con men because it's sounding like a remake of Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. So, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels remake with Buster Keaton and Jim Carrey. There you go. There you go. So, with that being said, I don't know if we can end on a better note than that. Well, resurrecting Buster Keaton and getting Jim Carrey back in his prime. Here you go. But let's be real. Has Jim Carrey ever really left his prime? He's still great to me. So that is it for Chasing Labels number 157. Or Spy number 157. We went over a bunch of things here on Chasing Labels. I will be back here in 2 weeks' time or so. I want to see what the date is on that. That will be the 17th, I think we're shooting for. That will be President's Day, if you're in the United States. So we'll be back for then. Of course, we will be at some point have another episode of the Unwatched Pile. Steve and I will be reuniting for that. We have to still discuss when that's going to be. And yeah, keep tuned here to Chasing Labels to see what else is drops here. Whether it be like some shorts that we've been doing or whether it be some other long form video stuff or whatnot. Of course, Chasing Labels, like I said, we'll be back in 2 weeks. You can find the audio of this podcast where pretty much any podcast can be found on Apple Podcast and Google and Spotify, places like that. You can, of course, find the video portion here on the Chasing Labels YouTube channel, and you can watch the live stream in the future, skip through the parts you want to see. I don't know, do whatever you want. Any support helps at all when it comes to any of these avenues. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for joining me here tonight. Didn't quite hit that 3-hour mark like I wanted to, but hey, we got to talk movies, and that's what it's all about. And also, keep on watching those movies because I know I will.